Specify our scope in regard to the service that is offered and reinvent the kind of service that we offer. Working with Total Energies requires a company that has the high level of health and safety standard, which really was a good value add to us.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. In all its operations worldwide, Total Energies considers national content a key component for the success of its operations.
Over 94% of the overall workforce are Ugandans, and we continue to recruit and mobilize more and more. Around 8,000 Ugandan nationals will directly contribute to Tilenga project only. More than $700 million is expected to be really spent in Uganda for these local goods and services. Already more than 160 Ugandan companies directly involved in our project.
This strategy was developed in line with the national content regulations of Uganda.
As PAU, I would like to recognize Total Energies, E&P, for their efforts in employing, training and skilling Ugandans.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector. Some of these initiatives include training of heavy goods vehicle drivers.
Total Energies contracted Safeway right away to develop skills for the drivers from Albertine region. They are accommodated free meals, free transport from here to Kampala. Everything is catered for by Total. We do train ladies as well, and as I talk right now, we have got another team of about 15 ladies in Kampala.
People are getting crashes on the way because they don't know what to do. I've got a lot of skills. I know how we should protect one another, the safety of the other road users, which wasn't the case before. And I never expected to really sit in such a truck and drive it. I'm happy and humbled to be part of this group.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We have currently secured contracts with Total Energies and Macdemot in excess of $3.5 million. Total Energies has assisted us in our capacity building in the bidding process, understanding the national content requirement through various workshops that we have participated in, and also connecting us to potential contractors. So Total provided training, specifically VPSHR, for all our staff who are currently working in the project, and they have also built capacity of our in-house trainers.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
Ana bekero paro meke do kikelu rajo kara kube kikelu bero achiel do kipoku asende do kinge do kipoku ateno ngora de kipoku achamde asende chandia adangyo kungom adagero orbati yuknge sende chandia moko achamu sende moko ke atima ngona dangyo kodie angyo de la beku de la rio reka wondi le do nyai do kiketa do atima ngona angyo kwa bongo na naka bongo na angyo bongo reka wondu ate ko dira do malai ya kipoku are do machini de ti Total afo okay.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources.
I'm called Kasbat Al-Naitwe. I got two benefits. One, training in mechanics. After finishing education immediately, I've got a compensation crops to establish my garage. We are repairing vehicles, motorcycles, generators, and we are also providing on-job trainings. My life now has changed. I'm not in that life where I used to stay in a small hut. It had no power. Now I'm staying in a house with a power. I never had a water tank. Now I have a water tank. I had a bathroom with papyrus. Now I have a very standard bathroom. So I want to thank Total E&P Uganda and the Ugandan government at large.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
In 2012, we started working with the Total Energies until 2019, where we worked on the replacement houses, and we delivered 30 houses for the people who were being relocated from the industrial area. We are also working with the Total Energies on over 10 kilometers of roads that we are undertaking. There's a ripple effect. We are getting the services of labor within the communities, materials. Total Energies has been of great assistance to our development. We've expanded our plant and equipment, we've developed our human resources, and we've also improved our management skills.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
I'm Phineas Owor Mungo. The project impacted on the house I've been living in. I was awarded a primary residence. The house was valued with all other assets within there, the land and the other projects and the other items that I had put on that land. It was valued. I've constructed some few houses for rent. Then I also bought some few animals that I'm keeping now. For me as a person, I opted for driving. There was a driving school called Prestige. So the driving school was brought here by Total, and they trained us. We traveled to Kampala and processed our permit. We were also facilitated with the tools. So we have the tool kit. I can drive the minor repair. I can also conduct on vehicles.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
Yeah, we do manufacture and supply personal protective equipment. We supply beyond Total Energies. We supply their subcontractors. Yeah, we have seen our company transform from a trading company to a manufacturing entity. We are able to set up some of these facilities that we are enjoying right now. And these facilities also are supporting other sub-sectors. So they have no idea what oil and gas is, but the items they are using are a result of oil and gas. Overall, the industry, manufacturers, suppliers, traders will all enjoy.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We are contracted by Total Energies and its subcontractors to supply them skilled manpower, which they deploy at the respective projects. They are also going to work through us to begin to train many Ugandans around skills that are required to supply the oil industry. Because we're already working with Total in Uganda, we had so many suitors from Europe, Dubai, and the USA of potential manpower companies that wanted to actually enter partnership with True North.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
We've got Total Energies as one of our biggest clients. We are currently involved in provision of resettlement services for the Tilenga project. For 6 resettlement packages, the services are tailored towards land acquisition and ensuring that the resettlement is undertaken in line with IFC Performance Standard 5 as well as national legislation. Given the complexity of the projects that we're working on, staff have had that professional development because of the challenge presented by the projects. And given that it's the oil and gas industry where the requirements are usually stringent, we have improved brand recognition because we're able to meet those standards. So most clients that come to us know that if we can meet the standards, then our brand is good.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
My name is Isabella Birungi Byarugaba, and I'm the co-founder for City Ambulance and City Medicals. The main activity we are doing for Total Energies is provision of medical support, ambulance services, occupational health assessment services for all contractors going to the camps or on any of their sites. We also do COVID testing. We have experienced a lot of growth, exposure and networking, the ability to meet different clients who are working in these fields, but also giving us the ability to diversify our scope in regard to the service that is offered and reinvent the kind of service that we offer. Working with Total Energies requires a company that has the high level of health and safety standard, which really was a good value add to us.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. In all its operations worldwide, Total Energies considers national content a key component for the success of its operations.
Over 94% of the overall workforce are Ugandans, and we continue to recruit and mobilize more and more. Around 8,000 Ugandan nationals will directly contribute to Tilenga project only. More than $700 million is expected to be really spent in Uganda for these local goods and services. Already more than 160 Ugandan companies directly involved in our project.
This strategy was developed in line with the national content regulations of Uganda.
As PAU, we would like to recognize Total Energies, E&P, for their efforts in employing, training and skilling Ugandans.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector. Some of these initiatives include training of heavy goods vehicle drivers,
Total Energies contracted Safeway right away to develop skills for the drivers from Albertine region. They are accommodated, free meals, free transport from here to Kampala, everything catered for by Total. We do train ladies as well, and as I talk right now, we have got another team of about 15 ladies in Kampala.
People are getting crashes on the way because they don't know what to do. I've got a lot of skills. I know how we should protect one another, the safety of the other
Good morning.
users,
Good morning
which
once
wasn't the
again.
case before. And I never expected
we should be starting the workshop in the next 7-8 minutes. For now, I request
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part.
Can take up those seats. For now, enjoy your breakfast and also network. Meet new people, talk to the people that you haven't met before. Don't sit on the same tables with the people you work with every day because you know them. This is a time for us to make strategic partnerships. So please feel free to interchange and interject and also have discussions with the new people around. Thank you.
Total Energies and Macdemont in excess of $3.5 million. Total Energies has assisted us in our capacity building in the bidding process, understanding the national content requirement through various workshops that we have participated in, and also connecting us to potential contractors. So Total provided training, specifically VPSHR, for all our staff who are currently working in the project, and they have also built capacity of our in-house trainers.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
Hukumu John, ana bekeru paro meke do kikelu rajo kara kume kikelu bero. Achiel do kipoku asende, do kinge do kipoku ateno ngora de, kipoku ashamde, asende chandia, adangyo kungom, adagero orbati, yuknge sende chandia moko achamu, sende moko ke atima wana, adangyo rakodie, angyo dia la beku dia la rio, tekawon dia la do kanyai. Do kiketa do atima wana. Angyo kwa bongo na naka bongo na angyo kwa like wonu ati ko dira do malai ya kipoko are do machine de tie total afo okay.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources.
I'm called the Kasbat Al-Naitwe. I got two benefits. One, training in mechanics. After finishing education immediately, I've got a compensation crops to establish my garage. We are repairing vehicles, motorcycles, generators, and we are also providing on-job trainings. My life now has changed. I'm not in that life where I used to stay in a small hut. It had no power. Now I'm staying in a house with a power. I never had a water tank. Now I have a water tank. I had a bathroom with papyrus. Now I have a very standard bathroom. So I want to thank Total E&P Uganda and the Ugandan government at large.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
In 2012, we started working with the Total Energies until 2019, where we worked on the replacement houses, and we delivered 30 houses for the people who were being relocated from the industrial area. We are also working with the Total Energies on over 10 kilometers of roads that we are undertaking. There's a ripple effect. We are getting the services of labor within the communities, materials. Total Energies has been of great assistance to our development We've expanded our plant and equipment, we've developed our human resources, and we've also improved our management skills.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
I'm Phineas Mungo. The project impacted on the house I've been living in. I was awarded a primary residence. The house was valued with all other assets within there, the land and the other projects and the other items that I had put on that land. It was valued. I've constructed some few houses for rent. Then I also bought some few animals that I'm keeping now. For me as a person, I opted for driving. There was a driving school called Prestige. So the driving school was brought here by Total, and they trained us. We traveled to Kampala and processed our permit. We were also facilitated with the tools. So we have the toolkit. I can drive the minor repair. I can also conduct on vehicles.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
Yeah, we do manufacture and supply personal protective equipment. We supply beyond Total Energies. We supply their subcontractors. Yeah, we have seen our company transform from a trading company to a manufacturing entity. We are able to set up some of these facilities that we are enjoying right now. And these facilities also are supporting other sub-sectors. So they have no idea what oil and gas is, but the items they are using are a result of oil and gas. Overall, the industry, manufacturers, suppliers, traders will all enjoy.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We are contracted by Total Energies and its subcontractors to supply them skilled manpower, which they deploy at the respective projects. They are also going to work through us to begin to train many Ugandans around skills that are required to supply the oil industry. Because we're already working with Total in Uganda, we had so many suitors from Europe, Dubai, the USA, of potential manpower companies that wanted to actually enter partnership with True North.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
We've got Total Energies as one of our biggest clients. We are currently involved in provision of resettlement services for the Tilenga project. For 6 resettlement packages, the services are tailored towards land acquisition and ensuring that the resettlement is undertaken in line with IFC Performance Standard 5 as well as national legislation. Given the complexity of the projects that we're working on, staff have had that professional development because of the challenge presented by the projects. And given that it's the oil and gas industry where the requirements are usually stringent, we have improved brand recognition because we're able to meet those standards. So most clients that come to us know that if we can meet the standards, then our brand is good.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
My name is Isabella Birungi Biarugaba, and I'm the co-founder for City Ambulance and City Medicals. The main activity we are doing for Total Energies is provision of medical support, ambulance services, occupational health assessment services for all contractors going to the camps or on any of their sites. We also do COVID testing. We have experienced a lot of growth, exposure and networking, the ability to meet different clients who are working in these fields, but also giving us the ability to diversify our scope in regard to the service that is offered and reinvent the kind of service that we offer. Working with Total Energies requires a company that has the high level of health and safety standard, which really was a good value add to us.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. In all its operations worldwide, Total Energies considers national content a key component for the success of its operations.
Over 94% of the overall workforce are Ugandans, and we continue to recruit and mobilize more and more. Around 8,000 Ugandan nationals will directly contribute to Tilenga project only. More than $700 million is expected to be really spent in Uganda for these local goods and services. Already more than 160 Ugandan companies directly involved in our project.
This strategy was developed in line with the national content regulations of Uganda.
As PAU, we would like to recognize Total Energies, E&P, for their efforts in employing, training and skilling Ugandans.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector. Some of these initiatives include training of heavy goods vehicle drivers.
Total Energies contracted Safeway right away to develop skills for the drivers from Albertine region. They are accommodated, free meals, free transport from here to Kampala. Everything is catered for by Total. We do train ladies as well, and as I talk right now, we have got another team of about 15 ladies in Kampala.
People are getting crashes on the way because they don't know what to do. I've got a lot of skills. I know how we should protect one another, the safety of the other road users, which wasn't the case before. And I never expected to really sit in such a truck and drive it. I'm happy and humbled to be part of this group.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We have currently secured contracts with Total Energies and manpower in excess of $3.5 million. Total Energies has assisted us in our capacity building in the bidding process, understanding the national content requirement through various workshops that we have participated in, and also connecting us to potential contractors. So Total provided training, specifically VPSHR, for all our staff who are currently working in the project, and they have also built capacity of our in-house trainers.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
Hukumu John, Arabic Parme do Kikilua Rajo Karakuba Kikilua Bero. A child do Kipoku Ascende, looking at the Kipoku Tenongora de, Kipoku Shamde, I said the Chandia, I don't get on. I don't get on Bati. You can say the Chandia Moko, a charm, send a Mokoke, a Timawan, don't get a good year. And you're there, I'll look at Rio, take a wound, you'll look to get a room at Timawan. I know Pong and Naka, Pongang Pongo, like a wound, I take a deal, I do my lad. You Kipoku are machine, tea, total of okay.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources.
I'm called the Kasbat Al-Naitwe. I got two benefits. One, training in mechanics. After finishing education immediately, I've got a compensation crops to establish my garage. We are repairing vehicles, motorcycles, generators, and we are also providing on-job trainings. My life now has changed. I'm not in that life where I used to stay in a small hut. It had no power. Now I'm staying in a house with a power. I never had a water tank. Now I have a water tank. I had a bathroom with papyrus. Now I have a very standard bathroom. So I want to thank Total E&P Uganda and the Ugandan government at large.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
In 2012, we started working with the Total Energies until 2019, where we worked on the replacement houses, and we delivered 30 houses for the people who were being relocated from the industrial area. We are also working with the Total Energies on over 10 kilometers of roads that we are undertaking. There's a ripple effect. We are getting the services of labor within the communities, materials. Total Energies has been of great assistance to our development. We've expanded our plant and equipment, we've developed our human resources, and we've also improved our management skills.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
I'm Phineas Mungo. The project impacted on the house I've been living in. I was awarded a primary residence. The house was valued with all other assets within there, the land and the other projects and the other items that I had put on that land. It was valued. I've constructed some few houses for rent. Then I also bought some few animals that I'm keeping now. For me as a person, I opted for driving. There was a driving school called Prestige. So the driving school was brought here by Total, and they trained us. We traveled to Kampala and processed our permit. We were also facilitated with the tools. So we have the tool kit. I can drive the minor repair. I can also conduct on vehicles.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
Yeah, we do manufacture and supply personal protective equipment. We supply beyond Total Energies. We supply their subcontractors. Yeah, we have seen our company transform from a trading company to a manufacturing entity. We are able to set up some of these facilities that we are enjoying right now. And these facilities also are supporting other sub-sectors. So they have no idea what oil and gas is, but the items they are using are a result of oil and gas. Overall, the industry, manufacturers, suppliers, traders, we all enjoy.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We are contracted by Total Energies and its subcontractors to supply them skilled manpower, which they deploy at the respective projects. They are also going to work through us to begin to train many Ugandans around skills that are required to supply the oil industry. Because we're already working with Total in
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're very welcome to the second quarterly Supplier Development Workshop. We are honored to have you here today. And for today, I will be your MC, and I will take you throughout our event with my colleague right here.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Peter Sempebo is my name, and I will be her sidekick, the MC and the sidekick.
Thank you, Peter. So the Deputy General Manager, Mrs. Mariam Nampera Mbowa, Owechitibwa, Mr. Apollo Makubuya, the National Content Representative from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, representatives from our JV partners, SINOC and UNOC, our host, Mr. Jimmy Mugera, the Program Director at the IEC, our suppliers here and the Total Energies, a team. You're very welcome to this event. Good morning to you all. So as we start the event today, allow me invite Mr. Mutebi Sembuya from the IEC Center to give us the safety brief. Mr. Mutebi, the floor is yours.
And as Mr. Mutebi comes to the stage, in case one of you or any of you in the crowd is in doubt of what exactly you're doing here, I will take a minute or two to remind you. Number one, this is the Q2 Tepu Tilenga quarterly supplier development workshop. And as we go through this, you will understand in detail what or why we have these quarterly workshops. But importantly, as we go through it, we will anchor all our discussions on a theme leveraging strategic partnerships for Ugandan companies to enhance their capabilities to compete for to compete for current and future opportunities on the Tilenga project. So everything we say, everything we discuss during the course of today will be premised around that theme. And that was meant to remind you. Now, back to the safety moment. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you again to the Industry Enhancement Center. My name is Mutebi Sembuya, and I'm the IEC Health and Safety Focal Point. I'd like to indulge all of us to always have these safety briefs because they are what cultivate a safety culture within our organizations, and it's what's going to get us to our ultimate goal of zero reportable incidents at the workplace. So in case of an emergency and you're within the building, our emergency exit is the front door, and we also have an alternative exit, which is in our corridor, just opposite the pantry. So in case of an emergency, please don't panic. You will hear the fire alarm go off. You make your way to the assembly master point, which ordinarily is at the gate, but now it would be outside the gate, just at the front. So we then have a roll call to ensure everyone is present, and then we'd make sure that the fire brigade comes over and helps everyone, or any other respective authorities, depending on the emergency. We also have fire extinguishers all over the center in case there's a fire. I also have fire marshals ready in case we need to help anyone in case there's a fire. We also have a first aid kit, which is in our pantry. There is a medical help with everyone in case anyone needs medical attention. And then we have waste bins everywhere. In case anyone needs to dispose of any rubbish, please dispose of it in those rubbish bins, because we have an obligation to keep our environment clean. And then finally, our bathrooms are within the center, just opposite the pantry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mutebi, for such an insightful moment. So next, we will have Sarah Tusime from Total Energies to give us a sustainability moment. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to this workshop. Our sustainability moment is as seen on the monitors up there. So, Total Energy's sustainability strategy is pinned to 4 pillars. 1 is less emissions, 2 is people well-being, then 3 is care for the environment, and 4 is shared prosperity for our stakeholders. So as seen there, these are the things that you are, our stakeholders, are supposed to adapt so that we are on the same move. Total Energies places sustainable development in all its dimensions at the heart of its strategy, projects, and operations, and these are from the UN Sustainable Goals. So we have our fundamental principles of purchasing, as seen there. They are 7. 1 is respect human rights at work. 2 is protect health, safety, and security. 3, act in favor of climate. 4, preserve the environment. 5, prevent corruption, conflict of interest, and fight against fraud. 6 is respect competition law. 7, promote economic and social development. So ideally, the 7 principles as seen are principles that will help you to work well with the oil and gas industry, and they're the same principles that company is using to thrive. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your stay here.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. Sustainability. I think that is a subject or a topic that doesn't need any more introduction, apart from emphasis and re-emphasis, so that we all run sustainable businesses based on the principles that Sarah has just shared. Before we proceed, I would like to invite a few members in the audience to come and join the center table here, and I'll explain why and later. But for now, I would like to invite the Council Apollo Makubuya to join our DGM at the front. I would like to invite our JV partner representative Unok to join the DGM, and I would like to invite the Petroleum Authority of Uganda representative to join the center table. And I'm putting all of you on the spot for a later surprise. So thank you very much. It's not every day that you get to instruct big people to move places, so I will take the opportunity. Back to you, MC.
Thank you, Peter. So we are here today, and our theme is, creating strategic partnerships as a way to enhance our capabilities to participate in the Tilenga project. So before we even go further to our keynote speech today, I want all of you to stand up. Stand up, say hello to your neighbor, get to know what they do, and then walk to the tables next to you. Get to know what the rest of the people in the building do. Remember, it's about creating strategic partnerships. Don't hesitate to share that business card.
This part of the session is called networking. Very deliberate. Pull out those business cards. Turn to your neighbor, say, hello neighbor, here's my business card. In a minute or so, tell them what you do or what you don't do. And also feel free to let them know that you're interested in a joint venture partnership, a strategic partnership, if that's your intention today.
Okay, so great. We should get back to our chairs.
But boss, was that exactly 2 minutes? Huh? I think it was short. Eh?
They will actually have meetings after here. They have shared, business cards. They should be able to take it on.
So I hope we have a timekeeper. You were allowed 2 minutes, and by my count, you've only used 45 seconds. We have balance for later. Pull those business cards out. Yeah. Have an elevator pitch. I think the CEOs in the house, and I believe we have so many of you here, understand what a business elevator pitch is. For 2 minutes, you'll have an opportunity to reach out to the neighbor and tell them exactly what you do, what your interests are, and opportunities you're looking to tap into. Okay, back to you, boss.
Peter. Thank you, Peter. So at this moment, please allow me a call upon Mrs. Mariam Nampera, the Deputy General Manager, to give us our opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Deputy General Manager. Yeah, let's put our hands together.
Good morning to you all. I hope you had a nice trip to the IEC and you're all enthused to enjoy the next few hours of exchange and discussion. On behalf of Total Energies EP Uganda, I bring greetings from our General Manager, Mr. Philip Gruex. I also take this opportunity to specifically welcome representatives from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, representatives from our joint venture partners, CNOC and UNOC, representatives from Total Energies EP Uganda, my colleagues, and all companies participating in this workshop, Supplier Development Workshop. It is always our pleasure as Total Energies to converge every quarter to exchange with you to get your feedback about our national content ambition. The purpose of today, as highlighted earlier, is first and foremost to appraise you on where we are on the Tilenga project development activities so that you have a clear appreciation of the interaction between what we are doing as far as the construction is concerned and the national content ambition. The second purpose of today is to sort of boost knowledge and exchange on the significance of strategic partnerships as a vehicle to national content development. We would also want to, again, as highlighted earlier, foster a platform of exchange in this workshop. We would also like to share with you where we are today on our national content journey, because for you to be inspired to develop capacity, you need to know how far we have gone on our journey for national content. As highlighted in the sustainability moment that Sarah gave, national content is about sustainability. When you do national content, you deliver sustainability. The industry in Uganda will be able to develop sustainably if we can involve local businesses, if we can make sure that Ugandan citizens are actively involved in the project. And it's for that reason that sustainable development is at the heart of the Tilenga project, in order to ensure that the project, the Tilenga project, can create lasting value in Uganda and have a net positive impact as far as in-country value is concerned, as far as the environment is concerned, as far as energy consumption is concerned, and as far as the well-being of people in the Tilenga communities. Turning to our national content achievements, we project these under 4 pillars. That is, we measure the number of Ugandans employed in the Tilenga project. We measure the utilization of goods and services obtainable in Uganda. We also measure the training and capacity development of Ugandans working on the project, as well as the transfer of skills. As of today, I can highlight some achievements. To date, we have over 9,440 Ugandans employed both by the company and by our contractors. And most importantly, 3,592 of these Ugandans are people from the host communities. It is to ensure that the project is not just an island within the community, but we have communities participating in the project. I can also share that over 15,368 Ugandans have received in-country and international training through various education initiatives to contribute to Uganda's skills and labor pool for the oil and gas industry, but also for other sectors. Some of these initiatives include the skilling of Ugandan citizens through vocational training, scholarships, internships, graduate training. The Tilenga MOOC, today we have 200 young Ugandans attending Uganda Petroleum Institute Chigumba, and they are being prepared to become production operators and technicians for the production phase. We have spent over $704 million on locally obtainable goods and services provided by both Ugandans and non-Ugandan companies, and over 95 Ugandan suppliers have been engaged by the company, while over 1,456 Ugandan suppliers have been engaged by the company's contractors at Tier 2 level, including joint ventures and micro, small, and medium enterprises. During today's workshop, we will also update you on what we have achieved specifically in the integrated management systems training. We will take the opportunity to recognize and celebrate the 100 Ugandan companies who have successfully completed the integrated management training system. The training consists of 3 systems. These include quality management, which is ISO 9001 certification, environmental management, ISO 14001, occupational health and safety, which is ISO 45001. 20 of these companies emerged the best in implementing the standards, hence achieved the ISO certification. This milestone represents a contribution, This milestone represents a culmination of hard work, dedication, and commitment to excellence. It means that these companies have applied themselves and applied time to achieve this certification, and we are very proud of them. On behalf of Total Energies EP Uganda, I congratulate these 100 companies and encourage them to implement the newly acquired practices and management systems in their operations. I also extend gratitude to the Assessment and Skilling Center and Sunmaker for implementing the training. It takes a lot of effort, and we work with our stakeholders, like these training facilitators, to achieve these certifications. These, among many other achievements, demonstrate our continuous commitment to maximizing national content, which may not have been realized without our collective belief in what we can do together. As Total Energies EP Uganda, we work through you, our contractors. We work through the micro enterprises in Uganda to deliver national content, and we appreciate that. However, despite the achievements highlighted above, we cannot be complacent. We need to continue being vigilant on our journey, because we set targets, but we are confident that with your support and commitment, we will exceed these targets, and we will be able to impact not only the in-country value on the Tilenga project, but also create indirect benefits to the rest of the sectors in the economy in terms of skills and industrial development. As I conclude, I emphasize again that national content is fundamental for the sustainable development and industrialization of Uganda. It's crucial to the successful implementation of the oil and gas project, as well as our social license to operate. As a company, as Total Energies, we will continue to promote and maximize national content in the Tilenga project, and where we are seated today is part of that ambition. The Industrial Enhancement Center, it's also a vehicle to make sure that we can deliver this ambition. Such as you deliberate today, please also take an opportunity to appraise yourself of what the Industrial Enhancement Center does and how it can support you in your capacity development. Thank you all for joining us today in this workshop, and we look forward to fruitful deliberations. As I always say, the Supplier Development Workshop is just an event, but it's not an end in itself. This is just to inspire broader conversations on capacity development. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the deliberation.
Thank you, Mrs. Mariam Namperamboa. There is something that has come to my mind when she was speaking. And there is one thing that really piqued my mind. It's the reiteration of the company's commitment to create shared value for Ugandans and Uganda as a country. Now, the company is already doing this. The company is organizing such engagements to engage with you, to create an opportunity for you to have partnerships with the rest of the people that you can work with. The company is providing you capacity building initiatives. And here we are at the IEC. This is a very important entity for all the Ugandan suppliers. It is a place where you can come and acquire all the information about, the energy sector and the business opportunities available. It is a place you can come and get advisory. It is a place you can come and get to know about the capacity building initiatives that are available. So that said, I will still put the ball in your hands. The company has played its part. It's now our time to play our part. Let's acquire all the information and the knowledge and the skills that is being given to us. Let us use it to competitively participate in the energy sector. Let us use it to prepare ourselves for the available opportunities and the upcoming opportunities. That said, I also want to reiterate our congratulations to the companies that participated in the training and the 20 companies that have received the certification. That said, I will hand over to my co-MC, Peter.
Sidekick. Okay, thank you very much. I stayed on the side deliberately. I was given instructions not to stand in front of the screen. So the only way we can fit is coming on stage one at a time. Thank you for recapping the words of the Deputy General Manager. But I also picked something. This is an event. This is an event. And as all events, they come and go. But then, you who has come, what are you going to take away from it? The next session that I'm about to introduce is part of what forms the gist of the conversation. We will give you updates on where we are as a project. When we talk about the Tilenga project, some of you may be wondering, or literally translated, what is that thing? So you will get to learn about it, where we are with that project, but we'll also get to understand what opportunities still exist. Because I believe if you're a businessman, that's what part of why you are here. To take us through that next segment, we have Mr. James Beria Opio. He's the interfaces manager on the Tilenga project. And he will give us the updates on the project. And shortly after him, we will have Ms. Renata Watara to give us a highlight of what opportunities exist in the future of that project. Over to you, James. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, in your distinguished capacities. I will stand on the protocol that was elaborated by Shamim. As mentioned, I'm James Berriopio, the Interfaces Manager. I'm standing in today for the project director, who is not able to be with us. My role today is very simple. I'm a curtain raiser for my colleague, Miss Renata Watera, who will be giving you the actual goodies. So, as indicated in the program, I will be basically giving you an update, basically where we stand at the moment in the EPC phase, or engineering, procurement, and construction phase. But before I launch into that, it's important for me to provide some kind of context, to provide you with an overview of the Tilenga project. Is that a sign? All right. So the Tilenga project can be dramatic at times, and that's just a sign. So, as some of you may be aware, the Tilenga project's overarching goal is essentially to set up onshore facilities for production, transportation, semi-processing, storage, and finally export of heavy and waxy crude oil and gas that, that were discovered some time back in Uganda. And so the project as it stands at the moment is in the EPC phase, that's the engineering, procurement, and construction phase. But most of the opportunities, as Shamim indicated, that remain or that are available are in the operations phase. And that's why I'll definitely just be a curtain raiser for Renata. So once we have constructed all our facilities and commissioned them, we should have something akin to a giant factory that, like any other factory, receives raw materials, processes them, and churns out a product. Okay? And in the case of Tilenga, the raw materials we're talking about are actually a mixture of crude oil, gas, and water that is basically found in naturally occurring reservoirs or permeable rock formations in the subsurface, about 300 meters, at least 300 meters below the surface. And so that is where we're actually getting our raw materials from. And the idea is to get the raw materials from deep within the earth, find a way of pumping the raw materials to the surface. Once the raw materials get to the surface, they are conveyed through a network of interconnecting pipelines to the nerve center of the project, which is the central processing facility located in Bulisa within the industrial area. And the processing of the raw materials essentially consists of separating the oil, gas, and water into the separate phases. And then finally, once you have stabilized crude, you export it to Kabale Industrial Park through a feeder line. That is essentially what the Tilenga project scope is all about. Okay? So to get into the nitty-gritties, to be able to access your raw materials in the subsurface, we will be drilling up to 420 wells. Okay? 420 wells, of those about 196 oil producer wells, another 196 injector wells. We'll be injecting water to maintain the pressure of the reservoirs. Because if we did not, then you'd rapidly lose, after a while, you'd rapidly lose pressure and consequently your productivity. And we don't want that to happen. So to enhance production, we'll be injecting back some water into the reservoirs. Okay? I've already mentioned that we'll have that nerve center, the central processing facility, with a capacity of about 204,000 barrels of oil per day processing capacity. I've also mentioned that, I've not mentioned yet, but these 420 wells will be drilled from platforms we refer to as well pads. And there'll be about 30, at the moment, in the base case, there are about 31 of those well pads that are spread across the project area, as you can see. Those red rectangles, the tiny rectangles, are actually well pads. And the development straddles the Victoria Nile, north and south. In the north, we have about 10 well pads that are being prepared and that we will be drilling from. Discussions are underway with authorities to see if we can optimize that number. In the south, we'll have about 21 well pads through which we'll be drilling. These well pads are connected with pipelines to convey oil, gas, and water. Ultimately, all the oil, gas, and water has to be conveyed to the central processing facility. And you'll also have water that is treated being pumped back to the well pads from the CPF. Now, this infrastructure during operation is expected to be done in a sustainable manner. The operation is supposed to be undertaken in a sustainable manner. And so company or Total Energies has taken some measures to reduce on our carbon footprint. These include using some of the gas that is coming from the reservoirs, basically extracting certain fractions to produce liquefied petroleum gas, which is commonly known as cooking gas. And the hope there is that it will help reduce on the cutting of trees and basically help us contribute towards the goals of the energy transition through substituting of charcoal and firewood burning, etc. We also will be setting up a solar power plant within Zone D of the industrial area to produce about 15 megawatts of power for our own use. This contributes towards our carbon footprint reduction strategy. We shall also be importing power from the national grid, which is predominantly composed of renewable energy. Another very important measure we'll be taking is we will not be burning any crude, neither shall we be undertaking routine flaring of gas. So the project as it stands is environmentally sensitive. As you're aware, part of the project, the northern part, lies within the national park. And so we are doing our bit to ensure that we leave that park, if possible, not if possible, as much as possible in a better place than we found it. Okay? So the rest of my quick presentation will be to just bring you up to speed on what we are doing to set up these facilities. Okay? You can go to the next slide. So we are implementing this project under 3 major components. The first is what is referred to as enabling infrastructure. Yeah. We are implementing the project under 3 major components. The first is enabling infrastructure, which I've previously referred to as John the Baptist. The second component is drilling and wells, which is basically helping us to contact the raw materials. The third component is the EPSCC, or engineering, procurement, supply, construction, and commissioning of surface facilities, which is essentially the giant factory, or the nerve center of the giant factory. So, where do we stand at the moment in terms of enabling infrastructure, which are essentially civil works that have to be in place before the other 2 components come in? The first component, or first sub-package under enabling infrastructure, is what is referred to as CFT1, but is site preparation of the industrial area. At the moment as we speak, almost all the platforms within the industrial area, we are talking about the CPF area, the operation support base, the operators camp, Gunya 5 well pad, all of these have been handed over by the enabling infrastructure contractor, that is Bota Angel. All the internal roads within the industrial area have already been completed and in the process of being handed over. At the moment, what remains is final works on the second retention, on the first retention pond, or pond 1, which we are constructing to basically ameliorate the flooding situation downstream of the industrial area. For the second package, which is road upgrades or road construction, some of the major roads that provide us access, either in the North C1, providing us access to the North Construction Support Base, across the Karuma Pakwach Road. That one, C1, is complete. N2, which grants us access to Ngiri 5 and 6 well pads, that one is complete. And there are a number of other roads that we are presently working on. We are talking about road A1 East, which provides us access to Gunya 4 well pad. That one is more or less complete at 98%. A4 road, which provides access to some of the Nsoga well pads, is at 81% completion. we have also started works on A3 road. So that is as far as progress is for road construction. In terms of the third sub-package, which is well pad site preparation, Motor Angel, once again, is progressing this component. At the moment, we stand at about 40% progress. The first 3 well pads were successfully handed over to drilling. That is Jobiri 5, Ngiri 3, and Gunya 1. After drilling operations, certain residual works had to be undertaken, certain remedial works had to be undertaken. These were also done or are being done in some of the well pads like Jobiri 5 and Ngiri 3. At the moment, the enabling infrastructure contractor is progressing with preparation of Jobiri 2, 3, 6, Gunya 4, and Kasamini 1 well pads. So some of those pictures depict works at the various well pads, roads, the retention pond, etc. If you can now move on to the next component, which is really the nerve center of the project, surface facilities. Okay? There is the actual nerve center, which is within the industrial area. Works there are being undertaken by McDermott. And then all the surface facilities outside the industrial area, also referred to as offsites, are being undertaken by Sinopec. So, firstly, under the industrial area scope, detailed engineering has progressed well by McDermott. At the moment, it's at 88%. That is by the end of June. Procurement as well is progressing. It stands at almost 70%. The important construction camp, which is supposed to house up to 4,000 persons, is also being kitted. At the moment, we have hit the milestone of over 3,000 beds, equivalent to about 80% completion. The construction support base there is also progressing well at well over 84%. To be able to achieve, to be able to erect some of the major facilities like the pipe racks, McDermott subcontractors like Motor Angel and Excel Terrain have had to pour a lot of concrete. By the end of June, almost 20,000 cubic meters of concrete had been poured. The structural, mechanical, and piping subcontractor for McDermott, that is ESSA, by that time had also erected almost 2,600 tons of steel. So you can see that there's a lot of work taking place. The LPG component, the EPC contract for LPG is currently being clarified with the final bidders. So that is a snapshot of that important component. Now, under offsites, detailed engineering being done by Sinopec currently stands at about 87% progress. Procurement stands at about 52%. The North construction support base completed. Welder training and qualification is ongoing. The pipelines that connect the well pads to the central processing facility, works have commenced, right of way acquired. Welding at the moment for the pipeline, both in the north and the south, stands at over 43 kilometers of pipeline. Something that I didn't mention earlier is that pipelines have to cross the Nile at what we have referred to as the Nile crossing. And we are implementing horizontal directional drilling technology to actually cross the Nile, and so that we do not have interruption of activity on the surface. So works on the Nile crossing through horizontal directional drilling are underway as we speak. So that summarizes progress on the surface facilities side. And then lastly, we already mentioned drilling, which is how we contact our raw materials. As we speak, the first 3 well pads, Jobiri 5, Ngiri 3, and Gunya 1 well pads were drilled and completed successfully. By the end of June, up to 55 wells had already been successfully drilled, and we expect to be able to drill up to 98 wells by the end of the year. And this is very much on target. I mean, this is well within our trajectory to achieving about 237 wells that we need to drill to reach plateau production. We are learning lessons from every well that we drill. There are lessons that are learned that are applied or implemented in the subsequent wells. And so our efficiencies have been improving. Non-productive time has reduced from about 22% to, no, from 14% to under 5%. We initially were drilling up to, we were taking up to 22 days to drill a well. Now we are drilling some wells in under 10 days. So the drilling and wells team is being supported by the geoscience and reservoir teams. You'll see some pictures that depict activities on the well pad and within the DSB. And now, without much ado, I will not take up the opportunity to invite Ms. Watera to give us the actual flavor. What opportunities remain, especially within the operations phase? You're welcome.
Thank you, James. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sparing time to come to today's Q2 supplier engagement. I stand by the protocol already observed. I'm going to be taking us through the next slides, where I'll be sharing with us the opportunities within field operations that we would like you to be interested in and come forward to partner with us. Like earlier introduced, my name is Renata Watera. I am the Field Operations Services Implementation Leader for the Tilenga project. I think we are having a technical challenge with the presentations. So to all the opportunities that we have in the field operations phase. Just to recap, field operations is the organization within Total Energies that shall operate, maintain, and inspect the processing plant at, and all the other facilities within the production perimeter. Just to mention, currently, we are already in line with our theme today. We are already building capacity for the first batch of trainees who are at UPIC currently, going through training for several tasks that shall be implemented during the operations phase. So we have people being trained in mechanical, maintenance, inspection at UPIC, and these are all Ugandans. So over the next 2 to 3 years, we are still going to run more CFTs where we encourage all of you to participate. And as at current, we have about 13 requirements that have progressed to different procurement levels. We have some at PQQ, others at CFT, and recently we also run some expression of interest where we encourage you to participate. Maybe to mention, we are seeking for a provider who can design a 3 model of our CPF This was run, and just to mention that we've only received maybe one expression of interest, and we hope that we are going to get more people interested. We also recently ran a tender on water treatment, and for that at least we have received more people interested. So like mentioned about the people who are currently, the trainees that are currently at UPIC, these are particularly going to handle level 1, 2, and 3 tasks during our operations phase. And for the rest of the advanced skills, we are looking to partner with people, that is you people who are experienced, to come and join us and, you know, carry on with this operation. If we could go to the next slide. This is just a schedule of showing us the contracts that we hope to implement and the time frame. So for the next slide, we are going to look at the split of the different requirements. So we have mechanical services, we have operation and maintenance of fired heaters. So for this, we are looking for someone to partner with to basically maintain the fired heaters. So we'll have some planned maintenance. We'll have, we will expect some troubleshooting on these, as well as technical support as and when we call upon the service provider. The next requirement that will interest the public with is pump maintenance. Here we plan to have about 21 centrifugal multi-stage pumps and then 54 other pumps. So our expectation is still to find someone who will manage level 4 and level 5 planned maintenance, and also a bit of spare parts management. The next is bolt tensioning and leak test services. This still falls under maintenance, and we shall be expecting to partner with someone experienced in this area. For fabrication, of course, we have a lot of metal works that we shall be having on site. So we'll be calling upon experienced service providers to handle cutting, bending, welding, and pressure testing. Under mechanical, we also have condition-based maintenance. Here we will call upon experienced service providers with tools and expertise in taking measurements and analyzing data, mainly to check for vibration analysis and other predetermined conditions. The last one on the mechanical, we will also be looking for someone to supply bolting and gasket materials. So this is a huge one because we will be dealing with large volumes, and the quantities will be specified at a later stage, and we expect that we will get someone experienced and with the capacity to supply these. The next is under electrical and instrumentation. So we will be seeking out our partners to maintain and manage our analyzers, and then industrial HVAC maintenance. So we are going to have the chiller type HVACs, and we expect to partner with someone to maintain and manage the servicing of all the HVACs that we'll have in our perimeters. So these will be spread within our operational camps, operational support base camps, the electrical buildings, and the central control buildings. Next will be the inspection. We have some requirements under inspection. So we have the inline inspection of pipeline services on about 15 production trunk lines and 16 water injection pipelines, which is about 180 kilometers. So the requirement here will be preparation, execution, and reporting of intelligent pigging operations. So we'll be using pigs for this operation to inspect on the pipeline, since that's the technology that we use for such inspection. The next service will be underwater inspection services. Here we require that the service provider and the technicians have the IMCA certificate for the diver. The operations will be around the lake water abstraction platform and the pipeline. So still, it will be preparation, execution, and reporting on inspection by the diver and ROVs. ROVs are remote operated vehicles that we shall also be using for this inspection. The last of this is unmanned aerial vehicle services. Here we intend to use robots for inspection on big structures like the tanks, heaters, and pipelines. That's it on the inspection. We also have some services we will be seeking under production operations. We recently ran an EOI on allocation metering. So maybe in the next 6 months, we'll run one on technical metering services. So a contractor who can offer calibration and maintenance of technical meters and advanced troubleshooting will be sought. The next is operation pipeline pigging. So here we are looking to partner with someone who will be able to manufacture, or partner with someone who can manufacture the pigs. But we will expect this person to first come and inspect our facilities to define the best pigs that we will implement for our operations. Still also for integrity purposes and inspection. This person will also be required to provide a temporary launcher for the pigging operations. The last of these will be support services. Under this, we will require fabric maintenance, scaffolding, and painting. So we will be seeking out someone who can provide the material itself, the scaffolding, and also to come and provide technicians to do these operations. We also have some jobs that require high rope access, and we expect that the technicians are IRATA certified. These works will be mainly on the pipe racks and tanks, where we will maintain and also have some insulation on the pipeline. The last of these is workshop services. We are looking to partner with a reputable workshop with highly experienced and certified personnel for machining, pressure testing, rotating equipment, and calibration services. As Total Energies, we will have our own workshop, but our workshop will be mainly to perform the simple tasks around level 1, 2, and 3. So we will look to partner with a provider who can provide the level 4 and level 5 services, which are advanced and require more skills and tooling. Could you please move to the next slide? So this is just a summary of the scope of work for the above mentioned services. So we'll just run through this. We expect the contract management under the scope of work, technical support, 24/7 hotline and web services, planned maintenance operations, provision of professional personnel, spare parts and special tooling management, supply, repair, and inventory management, engineering services for the technical items that are mentioned above, training of core team and the return of experience for local content maximization, trained field personnel for technical services and troubleshooting, off-site testing, fabrication and upgrade jobs, calibration services, and then temporary pig launcher for the inspection services. If we could move to the second last slide. So this, we also make a mention of the general manpower requirements and skills that will be required for the above mentioned requirements. So one, under manpower estimation, of course, we will require some resident engineers on site, specialized team of technicians, on-call field engineer, certified field service engineers, competent and skilled personnel. So these will specify based on the kind of requirement or service that will be advertised at a later stage. The key skills and competencies required, we are looking to partner with someone with proven competence and experience in equipment and technology, OEM trained or recommended and certified technicians, professional certification and competency, qualification to national and international standards and regulations, a robust quality assurance and quality control processes, in-country manufacturing for some of the routine items, and then in-country presence of a workshop and with testing facilities. The last slide is one of the requirements that we'll also be looking to partner with a provider to manage our catering and hospitality management services. So Total Energies will have facilities for our staff on site. This extends to the operational camp, the operational support base, and the canteen, the gym, and all the facilities that will be located therein. So our expectation is to partner with someone to operate and maintain company-owned facilities for about 500 packs. The expectation is that this person should be qualified and aware of food supply chain services as per the hazard analysis and critical control point procedure to ensure safe food is produced. Maybe we can go to the last slide. So what we have picked out from the past EOYs and the procurement processes that we have so far conducted, we just put together a bit of feedback for you, and we hope that it can be helpful. Of course, we have we commend the use of technology, because most of our requirements and processes are done online. So the use of Ariba is recommended. Of course, there are some comments that come in here and there where people are having issues or challenges using Ariba. We encourage you to contact us, reach out to us. We'll be able to support through our C&P team. Compliance to regulations. We've received comments where some of you are having issues. Maybe the registration has expired and you need to submit your documents. So we encourage you to keep checking for your registration validity to make sure you do not miss out on these opportunities. We've also seen an increased joint venture partnerships between Ugandan companies and international enterprises, and we commend this as well, because now Ugandans are taking front in collaborating with international enterprises to build national content. Response turnaround time, we encourage all the bidders, when you see an expression of interest, please do it. Do not wait for the last minute, because the system jams at the last minute when many of you are uploading your documents, and then it just takes away the opportunity. And most of the times we have nothing to do about it. So that is the kind of feedback we've collected so far. We hope to improve and get better. With that, I would like to thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Watera, and thank you, Mr. Beria. Now, this is one of the best sessions of this workshop, because it reminds us that the Tilenga project is not just a Total Energies project. It is your project. It is my project. It is a national project. It is basically our project. Now, I would like to extend so much gratitude to both the gentleman and the lady for updating us about our project. Can I hear you say this is our project? That Tilenga is our project. Thank you. So, Beria's presentation has reminded us that the company is working tirelessly towards the first oil. We want to be able to deliver the first oil, not by ourselves, but in partnership with you. In partnership with you, our stakeholders. And that is why we had Ms. Watera come up here and talk to us about the available opportunities. Because Total Energies is not going to implement all these things without you. We are nowhere without you. We need to get you on board to be able to deliver the goods and services needed for the implementation of our project. Now, the other aspect I've noticed or picked out from Watera's presentation are the available opportunities. She has mentioned that several expressions of interest have been sent out. She actually mentioned that that one was sent out for the provision of a 3D model design for the central processing facility. And unfortunately, the company has only received one bidder. Now, here we are. There's so many opportunities. The company is presenting us opportunities. But what are we doing as Ugandans? What are we doing as suppliers? Let us take up these opportunities, because at the end of the day, we want to work with you. We want to prosper with you. We talk about shared value, creating shared prosperity. But how are we going to achieve the shared prosperity if we don't hold our hands? Let us hold our hands together. Let us deliver the first oil together. The other one is that Watera has mentioned about the upcoming still. It's about the upcoming opportunities. More calls for tender are going to be sent out. I urge or even encourage all of us here to look out for these opportunities. They are always, publicized by the IEC Center here. They are always on the Total Energies website. They are on our Twitter handle, all the digital spaces. They're also advertised in our national papers, the Daily Monitor and New Vision newspaper. So let's look out for these opportunities and let us take them up. That said, I will hand over to the one and only Peter Paul Sempewa.
The sidekick. Thank you very much. You had the passionate appeal. And let's act. Now, in Chadondo, there is a saying, sobola. As a rejoinder, I want you to put up your hand if you think the opportunities Ms. Watera has displayed, you can do. No, just the hand. No clapping. Just tell Minty, akonka sobola, or literally translating into, there is something I've identified that I've got capability to do. No? We're speaking to the wrong audience. Yeah? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Come on, guys. There is only a handful of people that can do that work. Sorry? Willing. Okay. I will not coerce that. But just understand that as we go through this session, normally the Q&A is from the audience to the presenters. But we are reversing this one. So we'll have a Q&A for each one of you to tell us the opportunities you've identified. The next session, I think, addresses a few of the things that have been presented earlier. It's about strategic partnerships. Of course, a number of these opportunities that have been highlighted, we have capability to do, and we are already doing. And by we, I mean Ugandan suppliers, but also the partners who come in from other places. But some require that we put our hands together and do them jointly through vehicles we call strategic partnerships. Usually, and I've learned from James, that the only way to help people understand something that may seem complex is to use something very simple. I'm going to ask a question, and I know we have CEOs and very important people in this crowd. So the question I'm going to ask, I'm sure I will get in trouble on Monday, but I'll ask again. Anyway. How many of you have watched Abanonya on Bukid Day? Abanonya. Come on. Abanonya. Not Agatari Kumfufu. Abanonya. No? Okay. I'm going to take 30 seconds to explain what it is. So one day I arrive at home, and as I walk past my house, as I walk past the living room, my house manager is watching TV. So that's to say that it's not me who was watching Abanonya, because I'm already taken. Yeah? Anyways, the program she's watching is Abanonya, and there is a petero describing the characteristics of the person he's looking for. Generally, the program simply describes or invites someone who tells, who is searching for a partner. And they share attributes of what they are searching for. So Petero's qualification was, omukyala gwe nnoonya alina okuba nga alina ssente nga yeekolera ng'agenda kundabirira. Quality number 1. Quality number 2. Alina okuba nga ata ssente. Connected to quality number 1. Eyokusatu. Alina okuba nga alina obusobozi obusigala ewaka okundabirira n'afumba n'akola n'ebirala. The list was long. The point is that he sought out certain qualities and he was able to articulate them. So the question now relating to, and I'll tell you how it ended later. But for now, the question is, in strategic partnerships, when we get into these relationships, what is it that we look for? Or first of all, do we already understand that we need to get into them? And if the answer is yes, how do we go about that journey? In our midst, we have very distinguished speakers on the subject, and I mean that sincerely, very distinguished. Top of the cream. Okay, I will stop there. But they will share on that subject, and if you were to find them outside of this space, certainly they will bill you an arm and a leg for them to share the information they are going to share. So my request to all of you, put away the phones, pay attention. For the next 45 minutes or less, let us listen to the presentations that are coming up next. And to take us through that session, we have OHTiwa, or Counsel Apollo Makubuya, from Max Advocates, a partner with the same law firm. Counsel, I will request humbly that you take to the stage. With him, he traveled with, memory fails me. I'll look for the name now. Counsel Edgar Mugarura, kindly take to the podium. We have our own to share return on experience from Total Energies, Mr. Ishmael Nsambu, the C&P methods lead. Please take to the stage. And lastly, we have our esteemed regulator from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Mr. Peter Bintu. So the four of them rather, will take turns to share a bit about strategic partnerships, why they matter, and why they matter. As they walk to the stage, I don't know whether my talking is what prevented you from clapping, but you can clap now. Okay. We are ready to start council whenever you are.
My slides. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to listen to the industry experts led by none other than our Nampera Miriam, MD of Total, in her capacity, but also to talk together with distinguished panelists here, recognizing all the protocol that came before me. I'm a bit disoriented by this Anonya business because I don't know whether to pitch at Abanonya level or to the industry specialists. But it's really a privilege for me as a part of Max Advocates to be here and to share this platform on this very important topic. I must say not moving. Okay. So we can start now? Okay. I'm yet to understand the technology. Jimmy may have to come and stand next to me to facilitate. So this is an overview. I'm here with a colleague, Edgar. Can you please stand up? Edgar works with us as an associate in Max Advocates. And in the spirit of transparency, I would say he helped me to put together this quite rapidly. By overview, we are going to talk about oil and gas in Uganda. Generally, we've already heard a lot about it. Strategic partnerships, assessing local capabilities, mapping of strategic partners, cost-benefit analysis. What do you want? What does it cost you? What do you benefit? How to approach strategic investors or partners, and importantly, once you've got them, how to maintain those relationships and the common pitfalls. Good. But before I go into that detail, I just thought I should introduce Max. Max is a law firm in Uganda, the largest commercial law firm and ranked one of the best that you have in Uganda. I thought I would hear something, but thank you. We are 10 partners, we have 21 associates, and in total we have 65 staff. But more importantly, we are part of what we call the African Legal Network. I think it doesn't move properly. Okay. So we provide services across both litigious or contentious and non-contentious. In the non-contentious area, we do corporate commercial advice, including banking and finance, and increasingly oil and gas and so on. We do dispute resolution, intellectual property, and so on. We are a member of the African Legal Network, which comprises 14 countries across Africa. Okay. So in terms of our capabilities, we do a lot of work with local and foreign investors, also in the oil and gas industry. We've worked in the past with the government of Uganda and UNOC in their search for an investor for the oil refinery in Hoima. We were behind that project framework agreement, working with other international law firms, and we hope that one day we will get there. We've also been working with UNOC on the Kampala storage terminal. We've worked with Stambik in terms of collaboration and so on with the Stambik incubator. We do work with other entities in the energy field. We had prepared slides on generally oil and gas sector, but I think with the updates from Tilenga, we don't need to go into so much details on that. Neither do we want to make this a low class, taking you through the legal framework and the laws and policies that are relevant. Let me just go direct to the subject matter, which is strategic partnerships and what they mean and how we can go about that. I think when Mariam was here, she talked about national content, really, and a commitment for Total to advance nationals and local investors in the oil and gas sector. But as we all know, oil and gas is a new phenomena in Uganda, and not many of us have the capacity, knowledge, expertise to execute the fairly complicated and highly skilled transactions that it requires. When you were talking about drilling under the Nile, I remembered my experience. I was recently in UK, and I was on the underground, and I was curious about this underground and why we don't want, or why we don't have one in Uganda when we have so many problems of traffic. And when I read more about it, I discovered that this London Underground was first launched in 1863. 1863. And I inquired further about other countries in Africa that may have an underground system of transportation. And there were a few countries, Morocco, Egypt, and maybe a bit of South Africa. The point here is, our level, and never mind, this is nothing to do with our engineers. We don't want to put you down, but there's a lot of work for you to do as engineers to attain the level of sophistication in terms of executing some of these infrastructure projects. But because the gap is so huge between our capacities and capacities in other parts of the world, we need to get into partnerships with people who know more than us. We need to accept that and understand that if we were to achieve the level of performance and infrastructure development, we need to partner with others, not only in engineering, but also in other fields, as we shall demonstrate. So this is really about underscoring the need for partnerships in this part of the world and in this fairly sophisticated fields of oil and gas. So what are partnerships? Partnerships are really collaborations, and you can go into legal or legalese into that, but simply the relationships between individuals or companies or entities to achieve a certain objective. You could say that our being here as Max is a collaboration or a partnership between us and Zoramu, or between us and Total to achieve an objective, which is create more awareness and create more relationships as far as the oil and gas is concerned. So in law, we have different types of strategic partnerships. You can have a joint venture company, which is a legally registered entity with a name. Or you can have a collaboration. It doesn't have to be reduced to a legal entity, a collaboration to achieve a certain objective and move on. You could be a supplier, a dealer, an agent, a distributor. All of those are relationships. In our case, in providing services to Total Energies or to Zoramu or to the Industry Enhancement Center, we are partners. And we have different levels of engagement. So this is what partnerships are all about. Because of this gigantic or huge opportunities that are before us, we sometimes will require to collaborate. And this is where strategic partnerships come in. Some may be long-term, some may be specific, others may be short-term, so long as you agree on a specific objective and achieve it. So joint ventures and so on are not new to many of you in the room. As I have indicated on this slide, there are already examples of successful joint ventures. Wole, Zoramu, True North, my colleague Patrick here with WQS, and so on, many. Some of them are thriving, but I dare say others are struggling. And there must be a reason why some are thriving and others are struggling. By the end of this session, I hope we will have understood the key elements of what makes some succeed and some struggle or fail. And these can be at different levels. They can be at international level, Heritage and Hadman. You could say Enoch and Total at that level, but they could be between Max and Zoramu, or Max and Total, and so on. So, and by the way, it doesn't require just two. It can be more than two, or three, or four. It could be a consortium to come together to achieve a certain objective. So, as a business person or entity, before you get into this field, you want to carry out some internal check. Why do I need at all to go through a strategic engagement or strategic partnership? You can do that by, first of all, assessing your position. I mean, if a bid was to be advertised for, she mentioned some really complicated things, bending of pipes, PIG. What does PIG stand for? Yeah, pipeline integrity gauges, PIGs. It was my first time to really engage with that. But there are many things that she said that are really complex and require, collaboration. So you ask yourself, I am a dealer in hardware in Chikubo, and there's been this PIG that has been advertised. What capacity do I have to achieve or to deliver? And this industry, emphasizes performance, delivery on time, on quality, on price. Not so? So you need to have that capacity to deliver. And looking around you, your men, your women, and many of them may not have that potential. Even if you had, but in terms of size, the quantities that are required are huge. So you may need either engineering or technical capabilities, you may need finances, you may need logistics, you may need storage, you may need just management of that huge opportunity. And this is where you now assess your needs, and that is what we call the SWOT analysis. You carry out internally your capacity, ability, and so on to deliver. And then you determine your capacity gaps, and then identify the opportunity or the people that you want to partner with. There are some other approaches to partnerships. While someone may want to go the whole process of being engaged on a project, other people see it as just an opportunity. I am a Ugandan entity, company, and I know some people either somewhere, and all I need is to connect those two. You don't need to go into so much capacity. And as you can imagine, there are some briefcase business people. They don't have any capacity. They don't have any, staffing, but they know the right people, or they know the right avenues to get the business. I think that those also exist in this sector. They are in other sectors. And are you that type of person who just be paid maybe $100,000 US? You present your papers as being a local partner, whereas you are really a briefcase business person. Those, they don't need to assess their capabilities. They just need to connect, people and so on. But I don't think those are the type that Mariam wants to develop very much. Although she can't avoid them, but we will talk about those as well. So once you've assessed your abilities or your situation, then you go into mapping. Who is out there who can be a potential partner? The criteria is based on a few things, including alignment of goals and values, capabilities and resources, reputation and reliability, and carrying out some industry analysis, and so on. In our law firm, we receive inquiries from different parties, as diverse as some from China, some from France, some from the US, some from South Africa. Once these adverts are out, they contact us and ask us about the opportunity and the available partners to work with sometimes. And so they ask us, they have a long list of questions of the people they would like to do business with. First, they would like to understand their profile, their integrity, their standing in the market, their capacity to execute and perform, and so on. So even for you as a local or national player, before you go out reaching for partners, you need to understand or to carry out some due diligence on who it is that you want to partner with. I think that there's going to be set up a database of potential partners that are available so that you can then match. This is when Abanonya would apply, I think. People would then know who has what capacities, who has what needs, and then you go through the partnership. But before you go into the partnership, I think you need to do what they call a cost-benefit analysis to understand what benefits are available to you and what costs come with the strategic partnership. You see, when you are operating your shop in Chikubo or your industry in Namamve, It may be you and your family. It may be you and a few partners. You are in charge. You determine when to call the board meeting, when to purchase or invest in some technology, and so on. But once you get into a partnership or a joint venture, the power relations change. Then you have to consult your partners. And many people are not comfortable with, sharing some of these things, especially if it's a family business. You have some investor from Norway. Okay, they may have some technology, but you started the business. It is your business. Mugeru and Sons, let's say. So, Mugerwa needs to be the one to fly the flag sometimes, but when it comes to, meeting the PAU and so on, these people may go alone without going with Mugerwa, and then Mugerwa will feel annoyed, left behind. So, you lose independence and control to some extent, especially based on how you agreed or you negotiated your partnership. Also, you financial investment and return on investment. Some people expect returns fairly quickly, but it's a long haul game. Some profits may not be forthcoming in the first 2, 3, 4 years. In fact, as we all know, payments may delay 2 months, 3 months, sometimes even 6 months. And then you suffer as a local investor vis-a-vis an international investor who may have deeper pockets and whose immediate need may not be, dividends or cash. And that creates a strained relationship. These guys, they're calling the shots, they're bringing the technology, they're bringing in everything. And although you're a partner, your importance is not as respected or recognized. So that inevitably creates tension and, if you're not careful, the collapse of the partnership. But there are benefits also. New markets, new customers, because many of these international players are not playing just in Uganda. They may be playing in Kenya, they may be playing in Ghana, they may be playing in Angola, Mozambique. So it opens up your ability to play in those fields. So it's an advantage. Sharing of risks and costs, yes, as well as pooling of resources and expertise. One of the challenges that local investors here face is the capital or financing of projects. Their options are often limited because the banks here, the demands are so high. Also, the banks may have, when they look at your cash flows, if you have won a tender for $10 million and they ask you for a security of $10 million, I don't know many people who can, come up with this kind of security. So if you get into a partnership with some of these international actors, you may solve this issue of funding and so on. So there are many others that we could talk about, but for now, let's just go to the next slide, how to approach another company and how to respond if approached. I think Peter here. Where is Peter? Aganonya, this is the stage, how to be approached or how to approach another entity. So, approaching another company. I mean, there are so many companies. There are so many companies that are out there, and you need to be careful because some of them are not as straight as they present. They will come here and pretend that they are big in their market. In fact, you may even go and visit their offices. I know some that have people who have burnt their fingers dealing with really non-serious entities operating out of Dubai or the US. They even take you to an office which they have hired and put placards and so on, but they are really just also looking for opportunities. So you must be careful with those. On your side, you must develop a clear value proposition. What do you bring on the table? What is your experience? What is your expertise? What resources do you have? Then you need to reach out, preferably through, contacting lawyers on the other side to find out the entity and how serious they are, due diligence, and then prepare a well-structured proposal. If you don't, the other partners will take advantage of you. If you don't know what your worth is, they will come here and say, we found you in Chikuo. Chikuo was not the best of places. We now have moved you to Kololo. So look at the environment you're in. And then they will water down your role, your contribution, and ultimately the value that you take out of that relationship. So prepare yourself well. Don't rush. If you are approached, don't rush to sign anything. Talk to your lawyers. Talk to the enhancement people here at this facility. Consult other actors in the field, because there are so many people who, because of the opportunity of getting a contract, they will just sign away. And then down the road, they become frustrated because they have no control. They have no real involvement in the business. And here I'm not talking about a moot situation or theoretical situation. We know, even as we speak, maybe even in this room, there are people who are frustrated with partnerships. Because these guys sometimes come with deeper pockets, technology. They may even have deeper networks than you with the oil majors. So before you know it, your standing is diminished, and then you're frustrated. What is a due diligence? Due diligence is not just looking at their documents, memorandum and articles of association, registration certificate, and so on. That is a good, but only the beginning of a due diligence. You need to conduct a deeper investigation on the characters, the directors behind these things, these entities. These days we have money laundering. Some of them may be, involved in money laundering. Others may be on the sanctions list somewhere. Others may have, all sorts of complicated issues that you may not want to be associated with. A history of fraud and so on. So how do you, as a businessman or woman in Kampala, carry out a due diligence on an investor based in Turkey, for example? Flying to Turkey and Istanbul and so on and seeing offices is good, but not sufficient. You need to talk to people in Istanbul who can dig some more, and often the lawyers provide this service. If you don't know any lawyers in Istanbul or in Turkey generally, talk to Max Advocates, because we have networks of lawyers and so on in some of these places, and we can assist you to carry out some useful due diligence on individuals. So shall we move on? Is it moving? Commercial break? Okay, as they do fix that, I'll just talk about maintaining maintaining and benefiting from strategic partnerships. I think that once a partnership has been struck, it is very important to make it work. And how do you make it work? I'll tell you a partnership that I and Zoramu and a bank, which I will not name, and some other entity were involved in. We are very excited about this prospect. And then we said, we are going to approach the business this way, we're going to collaborate this way, this is your role, this is your role, this is your role. But before we knew it, one of our partners was, instead of us moving to hunt together, one of our partners was hunting alone. And when they got something, they didn't tell us what they got. And before we knew it, the whole thing was undermined because we were not moving in tandem. So it's important to always be, to share information and to work together and to communicate and not to compete amongst yourselves. I think that is very important. So through regular and transparent communication channels, establish regular joint management meetings and teams, and monitor performance. The example that I gave you earlier, that is, almost collapsing from what I know, is that you have a partner, a local partner, 48% of the business. The external international entity has 52%. They have brought the technology. They've brought the money. They have a business system, management system. You also have a different management system. The two are not compatible. And you're competing within the strategic partnership. It cannot work. In fact, at this level, the local investor feels, really they may not have a say in the business. They feel disempowered. So I think that it's important to ensure that the partners respect each other. But more importantly, this arises out of poor negotiation or poor agreements, partnership agreements. Those are very, very important. Who is on the board? When will the boards meet? What happens if the boards don't meet? Who is management? Who's part of the management? What is the power of the managers vis-a-vis the board? How do you hire? When do you fire? How do you contribute money? When do you take out money? How do you invest in office management tools? What accounting system will you use? Which auditors will you have? All these may sound elementary, but they're important to put down in a binding agreement so that if, God forbid, things fall apart, then you have a recourse to those agreements and say, there was a breach here or a breach there, and this is how we are going to resolve the conflict that may arise. Next slide, please. So the key pitfalls really lie in misalignment of goals and expectations, also values. If we agree that everyone comes to work at 8 o'clock, because you are the local partner, doesn't mean you can just walk in at 11. If we are going for a meeting, this is how we present. You don't, once one party has talked, not every partner in the partnership must stand up and give a view. Those kind of things. So misalignment. There are also cultural and operational differences. I can give some examples of cultural operational differences. One, the operational difference is the systems that you use. Some people may have relaxed work hours or flexible work hours, which allow them to work at home and, sometimes not appear in the office at all. Others may be in the traditional mode of coming to office every day at 8 o'clock and signing off at 5 or thereabouts. So if there's a clash there, then someone may not understand the culture of this other party vis-a-vis the other party, and it ultimately may result in a collapse. Then, of course, there are legal and regulatory challenges. You know that PAO is increasing its supervision and requirement for compliance on many of these entities. So if you don't follow those, then of course, or if you don't follow your charter, your constitution or partnership deed, then it may prove a challenge in sustaining the partnership. Okay, shall we move on? So there are many people who can help in making a partnership work. Lawyers are just a part of that group. They are auditors, accountants, investment advisors, strategic management specialists, and so on. So please reach out to these entities, especially those that have been in the oil and gas sector previously or in other parts of the world. But lawyers are key in a sense that they will help you to structure the partnership agreement, and it's fundamental that you get it right from the beginning. Don't walk in, start the marriage, and hope that you will build as you go. From the beginning, make sure that all key aspects are covered. And this is where law firms like ours will come in to help you. We'll advise on the regulatory side of things, and when disputes arise, we will advise on how those may be resolved. Somebody told me that people fear to go to law firms like yours. Say something about your legal fees. Maybe I should use this chance to say that please don't be scared to go to law firms or lawyers generally. You're entitled to consult, actually even to ask before anything is done how much that lawyer will charge you. And lawyers are understandable and reasonable people. They will negotiate. Please don't laugh. They will negotiate and you will agree on a package. And if it exceeds, then you see. But don't run away from them. They are part of the success of a strategic partnership that you want to create. For Max, we although some people may think we are out of reach, but we are really reasonable. As you can see, we are working with Total and with with Jimmy and so on. But we can also work with you. We've worked with Stanbic for free, offering a free service to talk about the opportunities, the challenges that they may face in the business. So in conclusion, a recap, partnerships are important, not just in oil and gas, but in businesses generally because of the gaps that we may have in our day-to-day operations. It is critical to take those steps in forming partnerships and ensuring that you maintain them. They are like a relationship at home. You need to make sure that there's constant communication and engagement. Don't allow for things to, go downhill before you try to build the relationships. I've emphasized the role of lawyers, and I'm here to take further questions if you may have. But thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, OHT Apollo Makubuya. Now, I'm going to request you to clap louder. Thank you. And there is a reason for that. You see, when he was concluding, he said, we are within reach, your reach. That's a total, etc., etc. But the reality is, the information is just shared now is quite valuable. When you meet him privately, he will tell you how much he will bill you for it. So, again, another round of applause. Thank you, sir. To bring it home, I will not recap right now because I may spoil. And I had a rejoinder to the earlier story about Avanonya. I will even leave that out. But the rejoinder here is experience. In this crowd, we have entities that are actually operating on the project as joint venture partners. So that means because we operate with them, we have real life experiences to share based on the information that the keynote speaker has, ably articulated. To do that, we have Mr. Ismail Sambu, the methods and the reporting lead, C&P lead for Total Energies. He will share experiences on what we see as of now when it comes to joint ventures, how they operate, how they've been able to benefit from those joint venture partnerships they've formed on the Tilenga project, but also what challenges have been challenges experienced while working with the joint ventures. Mr. Ismail, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Peter. Is it still morning? I hope I'm not. Okay. When you checked, you had me worried for a bit. So my name is Ismail Nsambu, as my colleague Peter has informed you. And I work with the Contracts and Procurement Department in Total Energies E&P Uganda. Allow me to stand by the protocol already observed and to thank everyone that came here earlier. I think they've set the floor very well, and it makes it much easier for me, although much tougher to speak after Owechitibwa. I may not articulate to his level, but hopefully something can come through. I'll start by mentioning a few facts. Or maybe before the few facts, I'll mention something. I'll take you back a little. In Q1, I think it was March, when we were here to deep dive into the upcoming opportunities that are largely on the field operations tenders that were coming up. If you could help me by show of hands to know how many were here then, it helps to build the story because I'll speak in more practical terms. Yeah, please, including yourself, Peter. Okay, good. It's great to know that we have a decent number of people who are here then, and it helps the follow-on. We had a casual session then at the end, and I happened to have engagements with a few people. I recall a story from one of the gentlemen that were in the room who said, yes, you have shown us all the upcoming activities, but this brings back memories of times when I just left university. So I said, okay, tell me, what do you mean? So I said, when I had just left university, I was very energetic to make applications into the jobs that were coming through in the newspapers. So I said, tell me. Then he said, but almost every job that came up required someone to have a master's degree, 10 years experience, and even with my passion of buying that newspaper on a daily, I could tell you I could not apply to a single one. It got me worried a bit. His communication was simply, everything you've put up there looks like I cannot participate. You're talking OEM, you're talking these complicated certifications, which I definitely do not have. I'm very happy today that the theme of forming partnerships now addresses exactly his concern. You may not have those certifications. You may not have all these years of experience that the bid publication may have. But if you strike a partnership with someone who has these certifications, this experience, we can get going. I get to the facts. Fact number one, the opportunities are here. My colleague Watara just gave us a brief and even told us of one that has been out in the newspaper for a while and only one responded. That is not very encouraging. So we cannot deny the fact that the opportunities are before us. It is a fact. Even what we shall advertise maybe in the next month or 2 months or 3 months, it's all available. You can come, look at it. If you come here at the IEC, much of our procurement plan is in the hands of the IEC. And you could come and ably seek their information of what's coming up. It would be a shame that you cannot identify something that you can at least partner if you get someone who has those certifications that we talk about. Fact number two, there is a genuine interest in getting you participate in these activities. I thank you for that. A genuine intention to have you participate. And part of it is why we are holding this now, because we are genuinely up to it. I'll start from the side of the regulator to confirm that genuine intention. If you've taken time to look through the regulations, I don't want to mention a thing on the regulations when before the land colleagues, I could put it wrong and they get me wrong. But find time and read through the regulations. They clearly articulate government's interest in having our local companies and entities participate in the oil and gas industry. It is genuine. And they don't just put it in the regulation, they follow it up with what we do on an everyday basis. I could just tell you how they follow it up. When we run a tender, all our significant tenders must go to the regulator before we confirm an award. And one of the things they look out for is, who are you awarding to? Is it a local entity? And if it's not a local entity, they'll question you why. Justify that there was no local entity competent to take on this scope. But of course, a few times, we are able to justify, just like my colleague mentioned here, only one response has been received so far. And if there's no local entity that responded, I mean, the authorities' hands are also tied because the project has to progress. That is how sometimes business ends up into the foreign hands, even though the authority purposely wants you to be the ones doing these jobs. I'll come to the side of the company. My colleague who was here earlier mentioned about our fundamental principles of purchasing. And they are based about sustainability, the sustainability of the works and the operations of Total Energies. One of the principles relates to the company working with the entities within the operation areas. And they are talking about you there. So even Total Energies puts us on task that we must work with you. Not we should, we must work with you, unless you fail. It's a requirement on our side. But again, some instances, our hands are tied. Are we ready to take on these opportunities? It's the next fact. The reality is, we may not be ready to do it on our own. It's difficult. Because there's a requirement that you have the original equipment manufacturer certification. That certification is not something you get in a matter of minutes by making a phone call. That original equipment manufacturer will take you through tests. They want to come and check your premises. They want to check the expertise of your people. They want to check your experience in doing similar works, your integrity, and so on and so forth. You may not have all of that today, but you will have it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But it starts today. How do you start on that journey? These operations are here for minimum 25 years, minimum, foreseeable. And the contracts we're issuing out or the contracts are normally 3 years, sometimes 5. If I put a question to you, what do you think will happen after the 3 years or the 5 years? For me to get my local staff to also get this certification. Perhaps when the contract runs out in 5 years and we have to come back to the market, you will ably say, I don't need a partnership. I'm competent enough, I have all the requirements to come through by myself. It's important that we get into these partnerships. Speak a little about our experiences with these partnerships. Again, some have worked, some have not exactly worked. But even where they have not worked, for us, we are not worried. Actually, it's an opportunity for us to improve. And I'll touch a little bit on what the experiences that we've had, especially for the ones that have not worked. I know there's a moment where today we'll have a share of the ones that have worked well. So allow me just talk about the negative. I had talking about the negative, not the negative person, but for today I can take that. What have we seen with the partnerships that we've had? I'm not this analog, but Peter led me to actually force me not to have any slides. I even sneaked this here because he said, you're talking about the things you do. You don't need to prepare any notes. For information, I sneaked this here. So the first thing we have realized is that along the way there is mistrust between the two parties. And that speaks to maybe a formulation of the partnership that didn't follow the fundamentals that Councillor Makuya here explained. You didn't sit down properly to form this partnership with all the fundamentals properly fixed. Because if you had, clearly this level of mistrust would not happen. And I could give you an example of the mistrust. 2 entities are delivering a job or a contract for us. And at the end of every month, someone from one of the entities comes through to ask, did they send the invoice? Have you paid? What does that say? You don't trust what your partner is telling you. Or you probably even don't have a view of what the invoice looks like. Yeah, sometimes it even goes further to say, how much was it? But of course, we are bad to operate that way. But if you have a clear governance structure of your partnership, at this level of mistrust will not happen. Not a chance. Sometimes it goes worse and they go even to the regulator. It's a shame. It's putting us into a bad light. Remember, this is the entity you brought along so you could learn from. And I'll share an ugly story. And they say, they claim those people have certifications, but they are doing basic things, the same things that we can do. And you should know their rate. They need to go, and that is that speaking on the back of your partner? So they are going to the regulator to say something like that. It's ugly. And the reality is, what people confuse is your ability to, let's say, I'll take the example of electricians. Yes, you could be able to come and do that basic electrical assembly or connection. And the other guy who is certified at the required level does the same. But for us, it's important by industry standards that the person who does that connection is certified. Because should anything go wrong, the first thing they'll ask, who connected that socket? And if you got my Kamiofu down the road, because he also knows he's been fixing sockets all these years, yes, he can fix a socket, and maybe it has worked a few, maybe all the times he's done it. But God forbid something bad happens on the day he has fixed it for us. We have more than maybe ourselves to account ourselves to. So that mistrust is not good, but I'm confident that with a good formulation, we can avoid such. We've got issues with scope collision. The moment you're in a partnership, we expect that you are clear on what partner X will do and partner Y can do. For you, let's say your role in this partnership is transportation. Don't start saying, but I can also mix the mixture they are doing there. Along the way. At the start, if you define that the person who does the mixture is A and the person who transports the people that mix is B, maybe stick in your lane. Or you may have to sit down and rediscuss it. But if you walk back and come to Total Energies and say, but you see, I can also do that, it's difficult. We already have a contract running. Length of skills transfer, knowledge and skills transfer. That I could relate to the story of the electrician as well. Ugandans, we are generally very bright and sharp people. We learn much fast. And when these people come here, sometimes the things they do, people learn quite fast. Or they think they have learned. Sometimes you've learned up to chapter 2, and the book goes up to chapter 20. But the other 18 chapters, this person you're learning from is carefully not trying to overload you in such a short time. This knowledge transfer, people, is going to take quite a while. Don't work with a partner 6 months and say, they should go. We can do this work for ourselves. And then you start the propaganda and the, it's not good on our side. And then conflict and disputes resolution. Again, it was clear in the slides by OHT here that you need to come up with a dispute or conflict resolution process. We've had situations where the partners get confused. They cannot even look each other in the eye. They run to the authority. The authority says, Total Energies, get your partnership in order. Now we become a brokerage of fixing partnership. That is not our core role. It's not our activity. Actually, the more we spend hours into that, we are delaying the delivery of this very important project. Please, have the confidence when these partnerships are getting formed. Negotiate well, be confident. Don't overstate your capacities. Be honest. Clearly define your learning process and what you'll be able to achieve maybe after the 5 years of the contract you have with your partner. I think that way we shall build the capacity we need. And a few years down the road, this project will be run by local entities. Not only this and maybe more. And in future, it could be us being the international partner on other projects in other countries. Wouldn't that be a beautiful end to the story? Peter, they want me to go on, but unfortunately your time says I should be sitting down. So I thank you very much for listening. We can continue to engage in the later sessions.
Thank you very much, Ishmael. I think that was very tactful of you to invite me to invite the Petroleum Authority of Uganda to build on what has been shared. And largely, your task is very simple. The Oshtiwa shared the expectations of building a farm relationship. We've shared experiences. Yours is to simply tell us all those things they've said collectively. This is what we're doing to foster. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Good morning, everyone. I'm been to Peter Kenneth, not the Peter of the Abanonia, but just happens to be a common name. I'm privileged to work with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda as an Enterprise Development Officer, and I bring greetings from our ED, who is very passionate about national content and why we are here today. I'd like to recognize all protocols observed, and I'd like to, first of all, appreciate Total for this initiative and the commitment to national content. This has to really be applauded. Now, as we speak strategic partnerships and how all these tie together, I like to say that one of the biggest challenges limiting Ugandans' participation in the oil and gas space is really our fear to get into partnerships. We like to have our cake and eat it. We want to be in control. You're in control of a very small boat, but you feel this is it, I can do anything. In a number of these workshops, as we engage, a number of suppliers get up and say, I can do anything, just give me the contract, I will deliver. And I'd like to share a story of where a strategic partnership was really important, but we lost out because it wasn't actually taken up. There was a supplier who got an opportunity to supply beef to a camp. And they had their place and they had their farm and they had about maybe 100 heads of cattle. So they felt we can supply all the beef you want. Now the opportunity comes and this is a camp that has over 1,000 people who eat beef every day. So the person starts to supply, and on a weekly basis, maybe 4 or 5 heads of cattle would go. Now, they were also not looking at the sustainability that at some point I'm going to run out. So after a few months, the orders keep coming in because you have a contract. You have to deliver on a daily basis a certain amount of beef. Then the person starts to tell the people who come to make the orders, meaning you're eating too much beef. If you could reduce. Now, after some time, he really could no longer deliver. So he had to say, get someone else. Now, why I bring this story is this person had a very good opportunity where he had continuous market for a long period of time. And if he had gotten into strategic partnerships with other farmers who are looking for this market, so that they jointly hold hands and supply, this would be a story where all of them benefit, including him with his 100 heads of cattle. But now after him selling his, he was like, no. Now, these opportunities that we let slide, because somewhere down the road, he now was looking for opportunities to supply after having lost out on one which was guaranteed. Now, what this does is sometimes it paints a bad picture for the rest of the other Ugandan suppliers who are trying to get into the sector and to participate, because then we have a reputation of after some time, you can't deliver. So we need to really embrace the strategic partnerships and leverage on the lessons that have been given today. Now, what are we doing as the Petroleum Authority of Uganda to try and see that we promote strategic partnerships in Uganda? Now, as we look at the regulations, the national content regulations, they were very deliberate in ensuring that Ugandans participate. And procurement, in all procurements, Ugandans are given priority. However, we were also cognizant of the fact that we don't have a lot of capacity, given that these are our first projects, and we are just getting into oil production. So the second opportunity, if there is no Ugandan who can do the job, the second opportunity is given to joint ventures between Ugandan companies and foreign companies. Now, the law went on to ensure that the interests of the Ugandan parties are protected. And I'll take some time to speak to the key considerations that are available for Ugandans in joint ventures. Now, one of the first things for you to participate in a joint venture, in line with the law for upstream projects and specifically for the Tilenga project, the Ugandan partner has to have a minimum participating interest of 48%. Now, the Ugandan party has an opportunity to ensure that they actually participate and benefit from this joint venture. And part of the other considerations are that there is actually knowledge and technology transfer between the local and the foreign partner. Now, some of the lessons we have seen from reviewing and recommending for approval the different joint venture agreements, we have realized that at the point of signing the agreements, a lot is left unsaid. As you negotiate contracts, because you know it's a requirement by law to have a participating interest of 48%, the local partner in almost 90% of the agreements has that minimum. Then when it comes to what it is that you're going to do in terms of scope, usually this is not clear. So you find that after you have been incorporated, you've done your joint venture, a number of the conflicts arise in relation to the scope, because it's not clear at the point of doing the agreement what each party is supposed to bring to the table, and yet that is very key. Then it's also important, as you develop these agreements, that you be very clear on how you're going to execute. Because many of the agreements that are submitted for review are 1 page or 2 pages. And half of that is the contact information of the companies. So you specify where we can find you, but then you miss out to specify how are we going to work together. Now, as Ugandan parties, we have also realized as we monitor the implementation of the joint venture agreements, that a lot of the Ugandan parties actually also leave a lot of the benefits in the agreement. So you have agreed that you have a participating interest of 48%, that you're going to maybe do the construction, and the other team is going to do the supervision. When we come on ground, most joint venture partnerships, once approved, usually the Ugandan party goes home and waits for their commission. Now, when you look at the small picture, it seems beneficial of, oh, I've gotten an opportunity, I don't have to do anything, and I'll get some money. But you miss out on the bigger picture that you could actually get 48% of this contract done by you, and you earn this money. And what this sets you up for is, for the next project that comes along, you can actually be able to execute it as an independent party. But we realize that some companies, once we approve the joint venture, when we come on site, it's only one party on site, and it's usually the foreign partner. But we are missing out on what the intention of the law is, and it really limits how much value is retained in country. One of the main goals for all the efforts that you're seeing with this the different supplier workshops, trying to promote these joint ventures, is to see that as much as possible, we have a unique story to tell in the oil and gas story. Because for most countries, nationals benefit in the oil and gas after the country is producing. In Uganda, we have an opportunity where even as we get to the producing, we can benefit. And it's upon us, and especially those of us in this room, to see that we make this happen. Supplying goods and services to the sector is the main ways for us to retain value as a country. And because the sector is new, the best way for us to actually achieve that is through building sustainable collaborations and strategic partnerships. So as we look at some of the opportunities, I saw the number of hands that went up when they asked how many of us see opportunities they can take up, and it was quite low. But one of the things as we look at opportunities, we need to open ourselves up to see if an opportunity has some scope I can deliver, am I able to identify someone else who can do the remaining scope? And can we come together? And this doesn't have to be limited to only foreign firms. I have seen some very good joint ventures among local companies that have gone on to do work, and they are recording good successes. So as we look at opportunities, let's open our minds up. Let's not just be thinking of, if I can't do all of it, then it's not for me. When you see an opportunity, is there some scope you can do? If yes, who can I work with to deliver this scope? Because that's the way we can be able to really maximize the opportunities that are before us. With that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here, and we're always available as a Petroleum Authority to support you should you have any challenges in navigating the sector or as you develop these strategic partnerships. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bintu Kenneth. Now, the story of the cows. I also heard about it. The bit he didn't mention is that the guy called on the phone and said, "Oh, why? You come for your contract." Mzenemie. True story. Now, I've done a lot of talking. I want to invite this principal to take us through the next phase of this conversation.
Thank you, Peter. And I wish to extend my gratitude to our speakers, Owechitiwa, Mr. Ishmael and Mr. Bintu. You have done a lot in filling us with knowledge, information that we need most at this stage. Owechitiwa has mentioned so much about strategic partnerships. And before we even get into our recap session, I want to ask you, as the people that have been listening, what comes to your mind when you hear about strategic partnerships? Let's have some hands up.
You want me to hold the mic?
Yes, please do.
Okay. If they don't put up their hands, I'm going to just go.
You can select.
Correct.
Yeah.
Don't look away. Yes. Good, sir. A very quick intro and the response. Sorry for putting you on the spot. Ask the question again.
Okay, so when you hear about strategic partnerships, what comes to your mind?
Ready, or should I go away? Okay. He's ready.
Yes, strategic partnership, like the gentleman from Petroleum Authority said, you look at the opportunity that is before you, identify the scope that you can do, and if there is something that you can't afford, then you have to do some analysis, look at the partners that are available, see if there are those that you can work with, and reach out to them. That's what comes into my mind.
Oh, that's brilliant. I think you have paid close attention. Peter, let's have, yes, a hand clap for him. He has actually summarized some of the things that Owechitiwa has mentioned. So let's have a lady talk to us about what she thinks, and then we'll go into our recap.
The IEC director, I remember they got into a JD, the story that...
Mr. Mugera is very well informed about these things.
You want a lady?
He does these things on a daily, so.
A lady? Huh? Okay.
Good morning. I'm Anita Patience from Mark Investments, Transport and Logistics. When you talk about strategic partnerships, like the gentleman said, there are mutual agreements between two or more entries to attain particular goals. And then he also talked about the benefits and how to solve issues when it comes to the partnerships.
That's brilliant too. Let's give the lady a hand clap.
Do you want another one?
Let's take it on from there. So thank you, Peter. For now, we will have a recap session. And after the recap, we'll open the floor up for questions. Any questions, any inquiries, or even additions from you. So upon listening to that gentleman here, the things that have come to my mind, the first is that, do you know that you can take up any contract? Do you know that anyone in this house, any entity, can take up any contract on the Tilenga project? Well, if you do not have the skills, if you do not have enough capital or financial resources, you can have a strategic partnership with a company that does have these. And you can get to learn from them. You can pull resources together. You can pull the financial resources, the expertise, and everything in between and implement the project. Get the contract and implement the project. The second thing is that you have to be very careful when you're engaging into these strategic partnerships. Let's forget about having briefcase partnerships where we are just being used for a simple commission. There is too much to take home if you indeed get into an effective partnership. So while you think, of looking out or mapping for potential partners, first thing is that have your internal checks. Find out your objective, find out the specifics that you as a company do not have and you're trying to look out from any other company. When that is done, map out potential companies. Come here to the IEC Center if you don't know any of them. The IEC Center is the matchmaker. Peter mentioned earlier that it's, Peter, what did you call it? Okuno Abanonya. This is the place of the Abanonya. If you're Kunonya ring, you come here and Kunonya, you will find a partner. So come here. They will also provide you the advisory support you need. Owechitiwa, Mr. Nsambu, and Mr. Bintu have mentioned some of these things. But Mr. Mugera and his team are here all day to provide you all the support. If you don't remember any of these things, if you need advisory support, this is the place to come to. Monday to Friday, they are open. Then the other thing to look out is the cost and benefit analysis. What are you benefiting from this partnership? And what are you going to invest? Remember, it takes you back to the percentage of the shares. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda and Total Energies, EP Uganda, want you to benefit. They do not want you to be used. Come back to the number of shares or the amount of shares. The PA you mentioned that you have, how many? You must have 40, 45? 48%. Have your shares and don't just sit home and wait for that commission. Use them. Be part of that contract. And as you are part of this contract, learn. Let's learn from the people that are better than us. If you have partnered with a company that is way better than you, don't only think about the profit that you're taking home. Get those skills so that when another contract comes up, you can implement it by yourself. Then the other one is effective communication and transparency. Always communicate regularly. Have those meetings, the board meetings and all that. Have the updates. Talk about everything that is going on in the contract and the project. Then, of course, the performance monitoring. you have to set very clear performance standards. Very clear performance standards that you must follow to the dot if you want to have a successful project. So that said, I'm going to open up the floor to the questions. My co-MC, Peter, is going to have the microphone, and Sarah, and you will be allowed to ask your questions. The gentleman here will be able to respond. Yes, Peter, over to you.
Okay, as we take questions, I think I would like to acknowledge that we have an audience that is not sitting with us here, attending virtually. I would like to recognize them at this point, and we will also be taking questions from that audience as well. If you have a question, feel free to put up your hand and the mic will be brought to you. But to kick us off, there's a few questions that were asked in the back that I would like to put to our panelists. In your experience, I think this is to OHT, in your experience, how long should it take to create a strategic relationship that will yield the mutual benefits you talked about? In your own experience, how long should it take, the courting period? Is it a day or two? Does it even have a time frame to it? The second question, must I have complementary capabilities with the partner I'm looking to enter into a relationship with? Now, because my story earlier about Abanonya has caught on, usually Peter was looking for a complementary person who was female, I guess. So I think that's the aspect in which they've asked. To the regulator, how do you assess the 48% interest in a partnership? Is it the labor I bring? Is it the equipment? What is it that I must peg the 48% on? There is a fourth question. You say the IEC will be the center, the matchmaking center. What is the plan? How do they plan to achieve this? I think for the fourth question, because we have a slot for the IEC, we will park it for now. To the audience. Or do we want to take those for now as we wait for the audience? Please.
Thank you very much. On the first question of the length of time for courtship, I know there's no standard really. It depends on the individuals or the entities involved. But 1 day, 2 days is not recommended. It takes some reasonable time to find out about your counterparty. Because if they are local, it may be easy to get information about them. If they are foreign, it may be even longer. But let's say a reasonable time of at least a month, I would say, going back and forth. Because what you're checking for is not just the registration or the legality of the entity, but you want to find out about their accounts, you want to find about their market reputation, you want to find about how deep their pockets are. So it shouldn't be too quick, but at the same time shouldn't be too long because long courtships also can have complications. The other party may get tired of answering questions that you are sending them all the time. But with the assistance of professionals, a reasonable time shouldn't exceed really more than a month. The due diligences that we often do here, inside 2 weeks, people have got a report, and then you verify, and then you carry out some independent inquiries. Don't rely so much on Google, please. because Google searches have limitations. In fact, they may be misleading. We have had cases here of investors who come, they say we are coming from Zimbabwe, and you look at their profile, yes, they are there, they are business people in Zimbabwe, but in reality they are fraudsters. Fraudsters. And by the way, when I talk about fraudsters, this is not to say that we don't have fraudsters in Uganda in terms of local investors. I have a case, a live case of an investor coming out of Singapore, came here to invest in a solar project. I met some officials, people who claim to be officials of government of Uganda. Those people took him or took them to the parliament. I think they found a room somewhere. They got somebody who came and signed on some agreements. They pretended that they were, you know, the minister couldn't come. We are sorry, but we are representing the minister. They even sent a delegation to Singapore, fact-finding mission. You know, just, they have pictures. And then each time the investor asked, they said, please send us some 50,000 on this occasion, 100,000. In the end, they sent about $1 million to facilitate the award of this contract of $150 million of solar project to light up the whole of Kampala in solar. But the Minister of Energy has no idea about it. The Minister of Finance has no idea about it. KCCA doesn't know about it. The pictures they took in Parliament in some remote room in the parliamentary buildings. So please be careful as you get into these courtships and finding out the parties that you want to partner with. So a day or two will not be enough, for sure. Complementary qualities and values. Yes, we talked about misalignment of value systems, cultures, and so on. Honestly, if you don't align at some fundamental level, it's not going to work. So it helps that there are complementary attributes on both sides. Some people have a cultural system, vunjaulo. They don't believe that anything can happen unless you go paying money. Our friends from abroad who are serious, many of them don't subscribe to this Njaulo business at all. Others may want to keep 2 books of account in case URA comes. You know, in a partnership, that culture may not work at all if it involves a serious, international, reputable, credible entity. And the moment they discover that you're keeping 2 accounts, one for your family, one for your, the taxman, it will not fly. And so on and so forth. So it is critical that there is some complement on values, objectives, vision, mission, and work methods, ethics. Critical.
Thank you, Owechitibwa. I think you've tackled very ably the first 2 questions. I think the last one is on assessment of the 48%. What is it? Is it money? Is it...
So the assessment of the 48% participating interest is a number of elements. First of all, you need to contribute to the investment for the project. So how much are you contributing as a participating partner? Then we also look at what role are you going to play in terms of, if for example it's a logistics contract, how many trucks do you bring? How many human resources are you bringing to the table? So what exactly is your role in the joint venture? So all these are looked at to see that actually when you look at the value of 48% and what it is that you're going to do, they correlate. Because you can't be doing 10% of the work, bringing 5% of the money, and you have a 48% participating interest. So it's really a look at what you bring to the table in regards to the joint venture, and if that is commensurate to the 48% participating interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. This one is a difficult one. I think it's for the lawyers. What happens if I realize that I did not negotiate a good deal and therefore I need more out of it? The other one, what do I do if my partner pushes me out, or I think the word is sidelines me? We have entered an agreement, but on getting there, I am sidelined. I think this is in response to Ishmael's, where he said whispers, Wamwadeo maker. Must a JV be between local and foreign partners only, or is it open to either configurations? Local, foreign. Those are the 3 questions. The audience, if you have a question, please put up your hand. We thank the online audience. They seem to be more active. We are being challenged. Put up your hands, please. The mic will come. Sarah, there is a hand over there. Let's take a few more. Sarah? Thank you. Gentleman in white.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thanks to the moderators. My question just goes to, I think, the procurement team of Total. You know, that contract which had only one contractor, we had interest in it and we had formed the JV. But the challenge we had was the platform, the Ariba platform. It's really not user-friendly. I don't know how you can help us so that we can navigate through it easily. So at the end of it all, we just gave up, despite even trying to send in some inquiries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I am going to take this opportunity, because I am a sidekick of the MC, to announce something I should have said at the beginning. That question we have can be ably answered by a team of our representatives from the C&P, or Contracts and Procurement team. And they've set up a desk inside the IEC. So we may attempt to answer part of that question here, but feel free. We have Mr. Andrew Kwang. If you have any questions related to C&P tools, frustrations, good feedback as well, thank you for being transparent and etc. He's right in there. Please walk to him. But we'll still take the question. Any others?
Thank you very much. Caroline Chisaus is my name, MD Cornerstone Design and Engineering. I'll borrow from the analogy of Abanonya. How do I position myself to be appealing to the foreign partner? Because usually the requirements from the foreign partners or for the contracts seem to be set, the bar seems to be set quite high, that it is not very appealing, or we are not yet positioned well to be able to compete favorably in those JVs. So how can we be assisted to position ourselves to be very attractive?
Thank you very much. I've always had an issue about qualification. This goes to PAU. You know, when you are applying for some of these jobs, they say you must be Ugandan. You cannot be Ugandan unless you are qualified Ugandan on the PAU. And we have contacted the officers there, and they seem to take like months to qualify the genuine Ugandans. Thank you.
I'm Byron Aine from Capital Logistics and Construction Limited. My question is simple. I want to understand. I understand that we are still in the construction phase, and as Capital Logistics, we are basically into civil works, construction basically. So my question is, once we get into the production phase, will there be opportunities for us who are in construction? Thank you so much.
I think we can take those for now. And as we go, so the questions we have so far, there was one on realizing you've gotten into a bad deal. How do you renegotiate? Or rather, not to rephrase it, what happens if I realize that I did not negotiate a good deal? Council, I humbly request that you take on that. What do I do if my partner sidelines me between Council and Ismail? There must be good knowledge to share there. Must a JV be between local and foreign only? Mr. Peter Bintu. How do I position myself to be appealing to the other partners? The requirements seem high, and therefore, how can we then be supported? Okay, there's two parts to it. How can we make ourselves appealing to the other partners? The requirements are high, and therefore, how can we be supported? The question on Ariba, I think it's one that we have a desk that will respond to that. But in the room, I think we have people that will be able to generally give guidance on the same. And I think in the audience, I've seen Ms. Carol Nachimera. She should be able to cover that. And Alan Tare. Then in the construction phase, once we get into the operations phase, shall there be opportunities for people who are in construction or civil works? That should be, Renata should be able to take care of that. When do I get a partner? Is it before or after the contract award? That is Mr. Ansambu. Please take it away. Thank you.
Yes, very interesting questions. You didn't allocate to me this positioning, but I thought I should say something about positioning. Since we are in Abanonya territory, we may also use the term that is very common here in Kampala of Kwetega. Those who don't understand Kwetega, it means, I think that many ladies would understand. If you are if you are unmarried, how do you get a suitor? How do you present yourself to get a suitor? So, but in business, it's different from what people Kwetega here. But from what I know, is that potential suitors would look out for your governance. You know how you manage your business. Do you have a board? Does it have independent members on that board? Does it sit regularly? Does it confine itself to matters that are strategic and policy, and doesn't delve much into day-to-day operations or governance, management? Do you have accounts? Are they audited? Are they been consistent for a period of time, or have you just prepared them just for purposes of the proposal? Do you have referees, people who can vouch for your competencies, for your abilities, for your team, and so on? And can you demonstrate what jobs, what is your deal sheet, what jobs have you been able to successfully execute, and so on? If you tick each of those boxes, chances are that the partner will come to you and not to go to another person. How do you review a bad deal? A bad deal means in entering that partnership, you didn't scrutinize the terms of the partnership. So it's going to be very difficult down the road to improve your terms. But it is possible if you have a reasonable, listening, considerate partner on the other side, and you persuade them, through negotiation and so on, to change, to give you a more favorable kind of more conditions or more favorable terms. That may work, but there's other tactics that some business people have used that are discouraged, by either we heard from Isma that undermining the partner. That doesn't work. Some have gone ahead to go to immigration and have their work permits cancelled, or the police questioning their immigration status, or to make life unbearable. That is what some business people do to their partners in order to negotiate, either for them to leave completely or to improve their involvement or control of the business. That's underhand and certainly not recommended. But if you have demonstration of contribution, financial demonstration of your capacities, demonstration of substantive contribution to the JV, I think it would be possible to renegotiate. Normally, joint venture agreements or partnership agreements have clauses for review of contracts. So that would be the area where your entry point, where you can engage with your partner so as to review the terms and conditions of the joint venture agreement. The other question was, what do you do if somebody sidelines you in the business and so on? Again, if you have a partnership agreement or joint venture agreement, you go back to that, or you may seek mediation through PAU. I think it can intervene and give you some reprieve. Failing of all of that, if there's an arbitration clause in your agreement, you can refer to that and go to arbitration. If it is not there, then you go to court to resolve the dispute that you may have. Eligibility for joint ventures and partnership, there's no limitation. You can have a partnership with an international entity or individual. You can have it with local individuals. You can have it with local individuals and with international individuals. So, and entities. So there's no limitation there. So long as they qualify the requirement, they meet the requirements of PAU. I think that is all that I can say based on the questions presented to me.
I think I had two. I'll go quick. When do I get a partner? After or before getting the contract? I could say both, but let me qualify my response. primarily what we are talking about here is a situation where you come together as two or more entities, form a partnership, and present yourselves to us as parties that will jointly bid and deliver supplies or services, or both, to Total Energies. That primarily is what we're talking about. So by default, it means that you must make this partnership before you come to bid, hence before you get the contract. But then there is another aspect of when you get the contract, and then for some reason, maybe you cannot do the entire scope on your own. You could choose to go two ways. Two ways you could subcontract part of your scope, but then that is a supplier relationship. So you get someone to supply or deliver services for part of the scope that you have to deliver towards us. But in our eyes, it is just you, the entity. Or you could even choose to form your partnership there, but in our eyes, we have only you as the contractor. Then the second one was what happens when we fail to agree. I want to assume this question is talking about a stage when you already have a contract and we are in the process of receiving services. Normally, when you fail to agree, chances are there are going to be knock-on effects in the delivery of the services. And when there is a knock-on effect, we do regular performance evaluations on our contractors. And if it has knock-on effects, like I suspect there will be, we shall see through the issues in service delivery. Of course, we bring this to your attention, but if it goes to the extreme, the very extreme action that could happen could be a contract termination. Yeah, because the project has to continue. We have a very tight timelines to work with, and I mean, you fail to agree, and we've got to move on. So it could, at the extreme, lead to contract termination. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take on a few questions as well. Someone asked about what happens or what to do when you're sidelined by a partner in a joint venture. So here, there are a number of remedies. For one, you could first of all try and get into sort of like a mediation where you can get a mediator who is qualified at this, go through your agreement so that you can agree on what was the scope that each of you was supposed to do and why does one feel that they are being sidelined. In this space, you could also engage the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, where we can be able to come in and we'll still leverage your joint venture agreement since it has the terms and conditions under which you're partnering. But as much as possible, these instances probably you need to avoid by paying a lot of attention to the agreement that you do so that you have clear terms and scope that each partner is supposed to do. In such a situation, it's harder to be sidelined. And sometimes we've also noted that in the scenarios where there's sidelining, there are side agreements. Because some people do agreements for submission to the authority for approval purposes, and then have some other side agreements where one party will not do anything or will do a lot less. So in such scenarios, people act in relation to agreements that we did not have a view over. And then now when you come and you're disputing each other's relevance in the joint venture, we are looking at a different agreement to the one you're working with. So some of these are to ensure that as much as possible, avoid underhand methods of doing work. Then in regards to whether JVs are local partners or limited. Like as said, it's open. However, in regards to the requirements of the law, joint ventures between local partners and foreign partners, those specifically have to be reviewed and approved by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So for joint ventures between local parties alone, you do not need to have the authority review and approve. As long as you agree and sign your agreement and it's legally binding, you're free to proceed and do the work. Or if you're just foreign partners, also those we do not have to review. But the agreements between local and foreign, those have to be submitted for review and approval before you actually get awarded a contract. Then I'll maybe speak a bit to how to position yourselves to be able to participate to make yourselves appealing to the foreign partners. Now, for oil and gas specifically, one of the very first checks any foreign partner will do to see if you're seriously interested in participating in the oil and gas sector will be to look at if you're registered on the National Supplier Database. Because as a matter of law, if you're not registered, you can't participate. So one of the first things to show your actually intention about participating in the sector is to make sure you're properly registered and qualified on the supplier database. And then another element would be to build your capacity as an enterprise. And building your capacity is about how are you viewed on the outside? For example, do you have in place relevant websites? Do you do reports? Do you, like if a person was to look up your company, what is it that they will find? If you position yourself well, ensure that you present at some of these different engagements so that you increase your visibility and branding, those elements make you a better and more appealing partner. So also participating in opportunities to build your capacity. All those, if you have, for example, some certifications, you become more appealing than a company that has nothing to show for it. Because even the foreign partners are looking for a way to get value. It has to be a beneficial relationship to both parties. Then in regards to the qualification on the NSD and classification. So one of the things that we have done as the authorities to ensure that once you're registered, we also have to do further due diligence to be able to classify you as either Ugandan company or foreign. Now, in doing this, we have to do an actual physical verification. Like we've noted that there are a number of companies that exist on paper, but actually do not really exist. So part of the verification process, we come and visit your premises, and then we verify a number of elements that enable us to see if you meet the requirements to be classified as a Ugandan. Now, one of the misconceptions many of us have is that if I'm wholly Ugandan owned, I'm a Ugandan company. In regards to the oil and gas sector, to be a Ugandan company, we look at ideally 4 or 5 different things. First thing, we look at incorporation of your company. Are you incorporated in Uganda? Then we look at employment of Ugandans, where we look at what percentage of your employees are actually Ugandan. And the minimum threshold is 70%. And the law goes further to also show in management, you have to have at least 30% of the management team being Ugandan. So we look at that. Then we look at your value addition to the Ugandan economy in terms of what is it that you have, that you buy locally? Do you pay your taxes? What's the value addition? Do you have equipment and yard that you have actually put up and you have in place? Then we also look at the management and control of the company having participation of Ugandans. So as you note, I have not said anything about shareholding. However, there has to be Ugandan participation in the management and control of the company. So there have to be Ugandan either directors or shareholders participating in the decision making of the company. Now, those are the elements that we come and check. And then after that check, we are able to classify you. So if you're one of the companies that are yet to be classified, I'd like to request that you send an email to us using the NSD email, and we'll be able to schedule a visit and come and visit you so that we can fast track your classification. Then I think those were the questions. Maybe there was a last one of how do I get a partner? So in regards to how to get a partner, one, you can be able to look at the National Supplier Database. It's a list of everyone who is qualified to do business. And you can be able to search by the target scope of works. If, for example, you're a civil works company, you can search and see which companies are doing civil works. And then you can be able to engage those companies to see, because identifying partners is also a process. You don't just look at one company and, oh, this is it. You need to maybe engage a number of companies that have the requirements that you have, and then see which one you're best compatible with, so that you can be able to do a partnership that will be beneficial to you, so that in the event where you need to revise your scope or things like that, you have a partner who can probably be more willing to listen, and one who you can easily work with. Thank you.
Maybe one last one on there's a gentleman who had issues with our system, Ariba. Yes, there's a booth where you can be helped as soon as today, but in case not, please, again, don't hesitate to come back here, because we are trying to equip and make this place as self-contained for issues that a contractor or supplier might come across or struggle with in the process of trying to participate into the industry. Please come around here, and anytime if they also have issues, they will escalate to us and we'll find a way to get you in. But don't just give up and say, be name here. Please come along.
Thank you, Mr. Sambu. Let's give our speakers a round of applause. Something better than that. Okay, so much food for thought here. Mr. Sambu, I liked the spirit you shared with us finally. Let's not work with a spirit of giving up. Teligamba nti bitulemye. Bitulema bitya. Let's not believe in impossibilities. My grandmother usually says that impossible is not a word, it's a mentality. Impossible should not be in your vocabulary, so it shouldn't be in our vocabulary. Let's believe in possibilities. I want to share a vote of thanks to our speakers today. You have done an amazing job. You have shared so much information and knowledge with us. And I believe that everyone today is going to walk out of this first session with so much to take back. So much to work on, so much homework to do. For now, yes?
Maybe Shamim, something skipped my mind. We just wanted to share before the vote of thanks, before the speakers come off, a minute or two for our JV partner, UNOC, to share, because there is a link or a thread between the question around, are there more opportunities now that we're transitioning into the operations phase? A minute or two, and Madam Jessica, and we move.
Thank you very much, Peter. Good. Is it afternoon? Yes, it's afternoon already. Yeah, I'm just giving a word of hope that we should not lose heart. If you have not gotten a project on the total development phase, there are other projects that are coming up. There are other companies. UNOC has a lot of projects coming up. We have the Kabalega Industrial Park. We have an exploration license. We have the refinery. We are now into bulk trading. So all those are opportunities. But there are also other companies, Oranto, AMA, and GDR, that are also into the exploration phase. So they are going to go through the same processes, the same contracts you are fighting for now, from 1 or 2 projects. Now we are going to have 4 and more.
what is important is that you take this information, learn, and not only use it in the oil and gas sector, but use it across all the areas where you bid for contracts. We have a gentleman in Hoima. This gentleman, we took to them training like this about partnerships, and now for us, we're telling them, okay, that was years before. Get into partnerships for you to be able to learn and also be able that in the future you'll be able to do these contracts alone as opposed to the small percentage we are talking about. That gentleman has never gotten a contract in the oil and gas sector, but guess what he did? He took that information, road construction. What he does is supply sand to the projects that are constructing roads within the Albertine Graben, and he is very rich. And now he says, I am okay. No contract from oil and gas, but the information and from oil and gas supplier workshops is what he has used to become what he has become. He has now built a hotel, he has a winery, doing so many other things. But because he's supplying only one product, sand, and not to the oil and gas sector directly, but from the knowledge acquired. So there is still a lot in the oil and gas sector, but also the economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hear spirit of abundance, so abundance and abundance. There is more. I think what have been also advised or requested by Renata is to say very specifically on the Tilenga project, there is still opportunity in that area I've just covered. We're going to give her 2 seconds starting now to tell you about that opportunity or those.
Thank you, Peter. We hinted on some of the non-process contracts that we expect to execute in production phase. We had fabric maintenance, workshop services. We will have some civil contracts ongoing that will also carry into the production phase. We also have some structural construction requirements that will interest the public with. Also, logistics has not shared with you. We have so many under logistics. Those are all non-process related contracts that we will require. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Renata. That said, allow me invite all the speakers we've had today to the floor to get a photo of thanks and also have a photo opportunity. Renata, Mr. Beria, please join us. Deputy General Manager, please join us. Opportunity. Okay. 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 Okay, we'll have our Deputy General Manager hand over a hamper to all our speakers, and then we'll have a photo opportunity, a group photo opportunity. Yes. And here we are with umbrellas, yet the rain is coming, so you are covered. prepare ourselves for our photo opportunity. Okay, thank you so much. You can now take your seats. Well, we've been seated for a very long time, and it's not very healthy. So I'm going to ask our digital specialist, Polycarp, where are you? Polycarp, please come. And we'll also have a DJ play a very simple song for us to stand up and stretch a little before we dive into our second session. Polycarp, please come and lead on this. The DJ, get ready with a song. Okay, DJ, please play. Everybody stand up. Stand up, stand up. Let's stretch a little. Just follow me. Stretch your hands. Hey. Enough. DJ, enough. So we have stretched enough. I'm going to invite my co-MC to introduce the next session.
But
Please
you
have your seats.
Nga CEOs dance very slowly. They don't shake too much.
I'm telling you.
Okay. Mindful of time. And we want to apologize at this moment that we are running slightly behind time, which means one of two things. Either the sessions have been engaging or we've been very inefficient. I would like to err on the side of very positive. We are having a very engaging encounter. But we'll try and go through the next phase of the program in the next 30 or so minutes, which is closer to the time we had planned. The next session is where the help comes from, but also to share real-life examples of where strategic partnerships have worked. And to take us through that, we will have the IEC, and I would request the representative, Miss Christine Senteza, to go up the stage or come up the stage. We will also have, yes, you deserve a hand clap, correct. We're also going to have testimonies from entities. So when we say we are working with the JV partners on the project, we just didn't want to keep it at Ismail's word. We needed you to hear it from the horse's mouth in the proverbial sense. So we'll have representatives from 4 joint venture partnerships that are already on the Tilenga project for a bit of sharing experience. Number one, we will have Mr. Patrick Mbonye from WQS, a task company that is operating or servicing the Tilenga project. Correct. A big hand clap. Number two, we will have Mr. Philbert from Datesman API, a JV that is doing work on the project as well. Now this is future looking, because it's dealing with the maintenance operations, maintenance and operations of the plant. Yes, thank you for the hand clap you're about to give him. We will have Mr. Mojira from Inspector Africa. Inspector Africa is in partnership with Petrofac, again on a contract that is future looking for the operations phase, and that is the MIE contract. Mr. Nick Mojira, please. Nick. He is in the, or he was in the crowd, but I suspect he's there. Then finally, we will have Mr. Kawesa. Mr. Kawesa is in a JV known as Albertine Waste Management Joint Venture. They are already doing a scope of work on the Tilenga project. And between the 3 JVs that we've already highlighted, some of them are Ugandan, all through, others are Ugandan international, and they will share their experiences. Christine, in the interest of time, would you kick us off? I think for you, your work is a lot easy. The questions that the audience needs answers to are what support? How do you fit into the puzzle? Over to you, Christine.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I actually had a presentation, but I think I'm able to get it off rolling without a PPT in the interest of time. So all protocols observed. My name is Christine Senteza. I am a project delivery manager here at the Industry Enhancement Center. I'll tell you very briefly about the center, what we do, what our vision and objectives are, and what we are doing to support you as Ugandan local companies to benefit more sustainably from the opportunities in the oil and gas sector. So to start off with, the Industry Enhancement Center, that is the IEC, is a sector-led initiative of Total Energies together with its joint venture partners, that is UNOC, SINOC, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, plus the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So they are the partners who are so sustainably funding the IEC to ensure that it empowers Ugandan local companies to participate more meaningfully and sustainably in the oil and gas sector, not only here, but also beyond, because we realize that the skills that we've equipped the enterprises with are not only important to navigate the oil and gas sector, but are really valid even outside the scope of the oil and gas sector. So the IEC's vision and mandate are really centered around this to support enterprises. So we handhold enterprises, and our role is to ensure that many of you are able to either join the sector or thrive or derive more value from the sector. We as the IEC are also implementing through a joint partnership with Invest in Africa. Invest in Africa brings on board the enterprise skills and development and enhancing access to finance for SMEs, whereas the Zoramu partner enhances local participation and local content. So we are also going to give you a brief overview of how our partnership works, hoping you can pick a leaf from that. So most of the previous speakers have explained very, very articulately how a joint venture works, the different partnerships that are available. So I'll just dig into the next slide, please. Please continue. So our main components and programs offered at the IEC are 5. First of all, we aim at publicizing oil and gas-related information. This we do through a number of ways. We have our website. I'll be able to share at the end of the slide. When you visit our website, you'll be able to find the latest opportunities on oil and gas. These are business opportunities, what you can do to obtain a tender, what are the requirements, how you can benefit, but we also disseminate training opportunities that are not only housed and hosted at the center, but also those that are available with other oil and gas stakeholders. So secondly, we have an SME capacity development program whereby we plan to launch a series of short courses on oil and gas. These are really to prepare you as small and medium-sized enterprises in Uganda to benefit more meaningfully from the various opportunities that have been shared here today. So if you have a question on any issue, you are sure that you need your capacity built in a particular area, we at the IEC are available on a full-time basis to support you and handhold you, mentor you, coach you, and make sure that you benefit accordingly. We offer business advisory services in addition to that, And we are planning to roll out a large business diagnostics for enterprises that are interested in benefiting from our enterprises. And through this, we shall be able to offer customized and tailored support. We need to understand each of the enterprises here, what they do, and how they can meaningfully benefit. So we cannot generalize that in the end. We need to come to you, visit you, talk to you, spend time with you, and get a three-dimensional view of what are the challenges are that you may be facing, and then tailor our support to those particular challenges that you may have. So our fourth component here at the IEC, we also have regular supplier development workshops like this one that we also organize in a similar fashion. We have different themes every time, and these themes we collect due to the interactions and feedback we get from you. So if you have issues on tax compliance, for example, we have a supplier development workshop scheduled for the end of this month. We shall invite officials from URA, for example, to give you a brief presentation, what are the tax requirements within the sector, and what your obligations are. So these are a series of events we run per quarter, and we invite you to register your interest. I'll display the information to register at the end of the presentation. So we also have theme networking events, and we are hoping you take advantage of all these opportunities that the JV partners have put out for you to make sure that you have no excuse for not participating, to have no excuse for not winning, and to have no excuse for not being part of that local content that we are developing at the moment. Last but not least, the IEC, many of you could have been here before, but those who have not been here before, we can have the opportunity to take a tour around. We have a good resource center for you that you can take advantage of to obtain access to materials, learning resources, and all that. Like, just be assured that the center and the team are here to support you. Let's proceed. So I think this is the more important slide, what we as the IEC are doing to support partnerships. First of all, we engage in a strategic and consistent manner SMEs and stakeholders into studies and gap assessments. We recently, during the month of June, had a number of over 100 stakeholders come in, and the main role here was to ascertain what are the major challenges you're obtaining or you're facing, and how can we navigate them jointly. Some of the issues here that were mentioned is what the SMEs also focused on, and said they have issues finding the right partners. They always don't get the most benefit out of these JV partners, and we hope that for those that have come back here, I can recognize a few. You've been able to get help in this area, and the commitment is clear from the JV partners that they want you to enter into strategic partnerships so that you can benefit. So the report from this gap assessment shall also be disseminated through a similar workshop, and some of the issues we shall highlight about the challenges in obtaining JV partnerships. So secondly, what we do here at the IEC, we always, at the slightest opportunity, aim at showcasing some of the successful partnerships on ground so that you're inspired, and you also reach out to other entities within your networks to start and to kickstart that conversation that can get you a meaningful partnership. Remember that on your own as an entity, you may not be able to deliver the full scope of the required services, but through partnerships, you may be able to go that extra mile. So we always have on hand a couple of successful ventures just to showcase you and motivate you to do the same. Okay, so we also realize that to be a credible partner, a number of procedures and due diligences have to be performed. That's why we are really active on supporting national supplier database registration. We have regular drives that we do in close collaboration with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. The most recent one was concluded a couple of days ago, but we have more drives planned in the month of August. Even as we're here, we had enterprises working. They needed NSD support, so we requested them to come back at a later date. But we know that many of them have challenges with NSD registration, and thus hindering their potential partnerships. And this we really are are very consistent and want to make sure that we don't only kickstart the process, but we follow through and monitor that all the enterprises that work in here are able to get all that support and are ultimately registered. All those that have lost their active participation, we intend to help them renew and fulfill all the other entities. So this we also do in close collaboration with the MDS. For example, we had NSSF in the house last time because entities had issues getting clearance certificates, and we are constantly also engaging authorities like Uganda Revenue Authority to obtain tax clearance certificates, something that was also mentioned to be of big challenge to the SMEs. So we also engage tier 1 contractors. Most of them have made commitments to supporting SMEs in the country. So our role as the IEC is to engage them on a one-on-one basis to ensure that they fulfill their commitment, some of which is delivered through them providing resources and experts to ensure that Ugandan companies understand and are able to make sense of joint venture partnerships. So if any of you in the house or any of the entities online requires support, we are available. We can include you in our database and in our programming and make sure that when the right opportunity comes for you to benefit, we have you on our radar. I think one of the members here asked about what our matchmaking role is. On top of having the NSD database where we can reliably collect enterprises within a specific sector, we are approached on a daily basis from entities, both local and foreign, who would want to pursue partnerships with local companies. So our role is to provide the networking platform, the matchmaking, and to make sure that at least you have the opportunity and potential to meet some of the key players in the sector. Last but not least, we also plan on offering a targeted capacity building course that is on joint venture partnerships, joint ventures and partnerships. The actual schedule and calendar will be communicated in due advance because we would have the information sent out directly to you. But all this we do to ensure and emphasize that the sector cannot develop without your participation and that we remain committed to supporting you all the way. The next slide, please. In conclusion, who would we be to speak without giving you a good case study of what we do here at Zoram with Invest in Africa? So very briefly, our journey started by defining our roles and expectations. When we met our JV partner, we were very clear on what each partner intended to derive from the partnership, and only then could we proceed to even draft an agreement that was very clear on the scope and responsibilities of each party. It's a successful partnership that we take very much pride in, because if we did not get the foundation right, if we did not clarify all the issues from the start, I'm sure we would be having issues now. But since we built our house on a solid foundation, we had the roles clear, we had expectations managed, and then we build relations, because these are now like counterparts we have to deal with on a regular basis. We also made sure that the right partner for us would be that partner to complement our skills. So we as Ugandans, we've not had a lot of exposure. The sector is new, but realized that Invest in Africa has been active in several other countries, and they would bring on board a lot of expertise that we could learn. There's been a lot of transfer of knowledge and capacity to us, the IEC team, and we've been able to push this back to the SMEs. So this relationship was only managed because we could get some of the things right. And then we communicate effectively, we give each other meaningful feedback, we always make it timely, and make sure that at least we go the whole mile to making this partnership work. Notwithstanding that we have to have a lot of self-denial moments, like we have to compromise here and there, but at least in the end, we have to make the communication and partnership effective. Last but not least, we do not only look at our partnership as stopping here in Uganda. We are very positive that our partnership shall enable us reach, like both entities, reach other opportunities, and like the compound effect will be felt beyond the oil and gas sector, will be felt beyond Uganda, and will be felt for generations when Zoramo and Invest in Africa come together. So in conclusion, the next slide, please. we are seeing many strategic partnerships ahead. When I look left, right, and center, I can see already some deals being signed. Remember, we can't sign today already, but we are willing to give you a math on average. You come here, we advise you, we also take a look, we have experts for that, whether you're on the right track. For more information, any clarity you may have, visit our website, www.iec.go.ug. If you're an enterprise interested in registering for a particular opportunity, the registration link is there. Once you navigate the site, you would be able to find it. Remember to call us or simply walk in for any support that you may need. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christine. I hope the tactic I deployed of standing here is... But two things. We've deployed a rainmaker. This rain is not going to disrupt us. The second thing is we are very cognizant of the time that we have left, so we'll be very efficient. Mr. Patrick Mbonye, CEO, Q-Sourcing and Q-Sourcing Subtech, you already seem to be ahead of the curve in many areas. Two questions for you. What do you do on the project? Maybe we are lying that you're not working on the Tilenga project. So what does WQS do on the Tilenga project? And how did you get into the relationship? And maybe before that, what is that relationship?
Thank you. So who are we, first of all? WQS is a joint venture company, meaning we formed it out of Q-Sourcing and WRS, Worldwide Recruitment Solutions, UK, and ourselves, that's Q-Sourcing Uganda. Q-Sourcing operates in different countries, but the outfit in Uganda is the one that set up the JV with WRS because Uganda was the home of the project that we saw as an opportunity to start this relationship. What this relationship is all about is that we have a three-tier relationship, three-tier benefits level. Level one is that we get experts from the rest of the world, outside East Africa. They come in through our British partner, who is WRS. They're based out of Manchester, UK. Level two is we have local staff as well that we supply to the project. And level three, we have a training in-house training program where the team in Manchester is always monitored on a reducing man-hour basis in terms of the work that they do on the project in regards to servicing the contracts that we support on TAS. Yeah.
Thank you, Patrick. Did you explain the journey? How was that for you? How did you find WRS? Or did they find you? Or did you find each other?
Well, let me start by saying that Q-Sourcing, we started 18 years ago. So we've had two failed JVs. One was only emotional, another one was both emotional and financial. It's just like any marriage, right? You've got to align with expectations of your partner. And this alignment is very important because if you do not know what you want, then do not expect to get anything out of that relationship. Your partner is not there to help you to figure out where you want to go. They have an objective of their own. So if you don't know what you want, then they will tell you what they want. And that is what will happen. So WRS got in touch with us before, there's before COVID and after COVID. So that's about 7 years ago. And we started talking about the project. We've been involved in these conversations from Tallow days. You know, Rosette was just reminding me that it's about 15 years ago when we started talking. So the talking continues, and for those who just came, I need to help you to tighten your seatbelt. The journey is long. But back to the subject, yes, we started talking with them. They wanted to know whether we are a suitable partner. While we're talking to them, another company came and approached us, another European company. These were French now. They approached us through a client, Total, because Total wanted their services, but they could not come in because this was a ring-fenced service area, manpower services. So they approached us and approached a couple of other people. The principal came to me and said, well, we want to work with you. And I was like, yes, let's form a joint venture. And he's like, no, I do not want to form a joint venture. I want to buy into your company. And I was like, the company is not for sale. He says, well, let's think about it, because if you're in business, you're looking for value. And I will bring value to the table. So I was like, I don't know you, so I cannot expect value. And to Apollo's point about doing due diligence, the first level was that the client was Total. So we consulted Total. Total confirmed that they work with them in other countries. The second level was to go and visit where they said they operated. So I went along with 4 other people. Maybe just to disclose that the reason why I went along with 4 other people, just to share with you, as Ugandans, we like to be the bulls in the kraal. But when you're the bull in the kraal, it means you're the only target in the kraal. And so more guns are zeroed on you, and the chances of missing are minimal. So you'll be taken down. So when you're in a negotiation, you've got to come in with many other people to take away the focus on you so that you can concentrate on the analysis of the person or the partner. Now, if you market yourself as the sole decision maker, you will be the center of attention, and do not overrate your ability to withstand pressure. You may think you can, but you can't. Because if you're negotiating with 5 people from different professions, they will tear you down. So anyhow, went with a couple of other people, looked at what they were doing, and they looked like people whom would grow with. There was a question about whether you partner with people who do exactly what you do. The basic thing is you're going on a journey, and so the person has got to align with you. It's just that the person will increase the resources, that is energy, money, and capacity generally, for you to get where you're going. So you have got to be doing the same thing. You can't be doing different things. So anyhow, this did not take 1 month, like Apollo said. It took 6 months. And even then, it was rushed. So we signed up. And the third thing that had to happen, which came, that was now the emotional thing. You know, just for those who are married in the room, and those who have partners, I'm sure many have, they're all adults. So you always have to know that courtship is not when you agree that this is my partner, it's not courtship anymore. Now the real colors of the person come out. So you've got to, number one, have an exit plan. But not that you intend to use it. Number 2 is when does your partner get pissed off? And what ticks them off? And what waters them down so that a conversation can happen? Do not expect that because you're all red, you can now have a conversation. No, it can't happen. That is only grounds for fighting. So one has got to calm down, and that most likely will be you if you intend to keep it going. And lastly on that is that you've got to be familiar with the person, know the person. Do not know their business, know the people, know the principles in the business, and let also that mean that you agree on where there is a complication, it's only two people to make a decision, you and one of the other people. Away from that divergence of focus, this time you have to concentrate the focus, because decision making, I think someone said, yeah, Apollo said it, that dragged on decision making is so frustrating. And someone will walk away or become disinterested. So make it clear. And lastly on that, we like to carry emotions into these things. Let's know that your partner is there to make money, so you also be there to make money, but together, not alone. Thank you.
Hello? They didn't notice that I switched, and now I'm up here. Okay. Thank you very much, Patrick. I think that was quite insightful. Philbert, when we say the future is field operations, for Tilenga project especially, you are already in that future. Please share with us two things: what you are, what your part is in that future, and that is the scope of work you're going to undertake, and very briefly, what that journey has been like for you so far.
Okay, thank you. We are in a joint venture. API Uganda is in a joint venture with a company called Ditzman. And our scope on Tilenga is to execute or deliver a maintenance operations, a contract for Tilenga facility. We are the joint venture company that will offer the day-to-day operation and maintenance services that are required for the entire Tilenga oil field facility. At the moment, the contracts began with recruit training. We currently doing or conducting training to 200 young, energetic, interesting Ugandans at UPIC, Chigumba. And this is to equip them with all the theoretical knowledge for the first part of the 6 months. Then after, they will be exposed to the on-job training in live facilities, selected live facilities around the world. Then they will come back and participate fully in commissioning of the facilities. And there they will be working alongside the OEMs during installation and commissioning. And at the end of that period, we will be 100% sure that these Ugandans have been able, tooled and skilled, take on a challenge of maintaining and operating the Tilenga facility.
Thank you very much, sir. And that sounds exciting. So, early on in the journey, are there any challenges you've experienced as a partnership? Oh, sorry, rather, let's start with the positives and any challenges.
As a local company, we do a lot of specialized services and maintenance support work in power generation facilities. And I have been privileged to have participated in the setup of O&M contracts for the power generation facility. So even before the company published the tender, it is the tender that I was waiting for because it's been a passion for me and as a company to get a Ugandan company to ably participate, be part of ownership for such facilities. It has eluded us in the power sector. So for oil and gas, we are privileged that the legal framework really enabled us to be on the negotiation table and be a partner to such a big multinational. So how it all started, when the tender came out, we had been scouting and looking around, around Africa. We zoned Africa because we wanted to know which companies in Africa, or which companies are doing similar contracts in oil-producing countries in Africa. We looked at Angola, Mozambique, Nigeria, South Sudan, Libya, and there is a company that kept on coming up, and that was Ditzman NV. So we purposed to establish a contact to them as through their SB unit for South Sudan, that's Ditzman Nile, between Ditzman and Nile Corporation, which is the equivalent of UNOC, that is operating one of the oil fields. And we established a communication channel which went to the Africa Regional Office in UAE, and the conversation started from there. One of the learning lessons is when during looking for information about them in Nigeria, Ditzman NV is operating a combined cycle power generation facility. And our competence is well honed in the power generation facility. So we felt that there was some a meeting point on where we can really articulately put our case forward. Then I remember the initial stages. They did their due diligence. We did quite well. And the most a key meeting, I think, is when they brought on the entire tendering team from Monaco and their business development team to now take us through the technical engagement. And they realized that we are worthy company to consider because we are quite experienced in the power generation space, which is the same sector, energy sector. So it has been a roller coaster for us. When we started working, we established our partnership was built on openness, consultative approach, and mutual respect. The people, Ditzman NV, respected us. We participated in each and every key decision making from the beginning to the end, throughout the tendering process to contracting stage, to establishing a joint venture company in Uganda, and set up governance issues in the company. And we have powers to make key decisions in the joint venture, but doesn't mean that we've not faced challenges. There has been challenges where we've both financial to meet your JV responsibility, but we've been open to the joint venture, to our partner, where we've gotten challenges, we've gone on the table and discussed these things openly. And finally, I think what we aspiring joint venture, what you need to put in place is a strong governance platform. The board is well constituted, and we have board subcommittees to oversee the day-to-day management, and that's what enabled us to have this relationship moving on smoothly.
Thank you very much, Phil. But I think, again, from the submission, it's very clear how it's linked to everything we've talked about in the previous session, and your experience will be valuable. Mr. Mugerwa, Christine here, will call upon you at some point to share extensively with the rest of the team. Finally, Albertine West. Mr. Kawese, someone asked a question. Are JVs for only foreign and Ugandan, or they can be either? So Mr. Kawese here represents a JV that is all Ugandan. So your first task is to share very quickly with the audience what Albertine West Management JV is all about, what they do on the Tilenga project, and what the journey has been for you.
Check. Thank you so much. My name is Chris Kawesa, and I'm the contract manager at Albertine Waste Management, which is a joint venture of 3 Ugandan companies, Epsilon Uganda, Wide Nile Consults, and the Initiates Uganda Limited. The 3 are all Ugandan companies. At the beginning of the conversations, our relationship started a little bit easier, because what happened is that we had been going through procurement processes with Total and some of the other IOCs, and we could see each other, we were visible. At one time, the procurement process at Total stopped because of different issues from their headquarters. Probably the detail we are not very aware of. But then later that gave us a chance to know each other and plan on how to work together. So towards the tail end of one of the processes, we agreed to structure a joint venture. We knew each other, the CEOs knew each other. We agreed strategically because we could see that we had strength to support each other. And we decided to take a risk. Of course, because we had been going through conferences like this, and the call was to go out and do joint ventures. But inherently, there were worries. Everyone was not so sure whether they should go for a joint venture. And everyone in the beginning had destined to do the work themselves. Later, we agreed we will go that route. We sat together, identified each other's weaknesses and strengths. Some of us had more experience locally, others internationally, others had teams. So we realized we had strengths that could complement each other, and we decided to take the bold step. Of course, we involved a lawyer who gave us a very good governance structure. We worked out our teams, committees, a board, and we presented ourselves to Total as a credible joint venture in this particular industry.
Did I hear a hand clap? I see. Gentlemen and lady, I would love to continue with this conversation because it's what shows that the thing is real. It's not us wasting a whole morning to just talk nothing. It is real. The unfortunate bit is that I think we are coming delicately close to the end. So the appeal, again, is to the director, IEC, and the program manager who is seated on the podium to cause one of these conversations, a longer one, because there is a detail. Normally we tell the successes or the top cream or the top of the story, but there is a lot of detail. We thank you very much. I think the message is very clear. There are JVs that have been formed. There is processes that have been, the teams have gone through. And actually in the end, they've been able to deliver or win contracts that they are delivering scopes on. Please allow us to invite you when the time comes, and we'll have a more extensive discussion around the same. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for your presentations. Please feel free to engage them once they're off the stage for further discussions on the same. I will turn back, since now I'm not a sidekick yet, I'll turn back to the MC to let us know what next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter, and thank you, our speakers. That was a very informative discussion. So up next, we are going to have the National Content Lead from Total Energies to give us an overview over the company's IMS training and certification program.
But before that, there is, or why is it because I'm seated here?
Maybe
there is the hamper, yes, to think, yes.
Actually, it is that was a tactic. I think that will come last. Yes, while we are taking, they will come back, take a group photo, and also receive their hampers. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Rosette Komjisha, the National Content Leader, Total Energies EP Uganda.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. This is a very exciting conclusion to our engagement. It's been a very enriching discussion, and we really hope that moving from here, each and every one of us will be able to say what we've gained, what we've achieved, and ultimately action what we've been advised. The next session is to congratulate the companies that underwent our program on training and certification in integrated management systems. And my job is very simple. It is to give you a background so that you can appreciate why we have to publicly recognize these companies. Now, the background is the fact that when the assessment of industrial competence was done in Uganda, it was established that a number of companies had challenges in areas that were fundamental to the oil and gas sector. And some of these included health, safety, and environmental standards and practices, areas around appreciating quality-related aspects, as well as compliance-related aspects like social performance, anti-corruption, business ethics, and so on and so forth. And it's in this frame that we as Total Energies decided that we need to support by skilling local companies in these areas. So last year, we ran a program. I think many of you will remember we had a similar session where we trained 150 companies in the environmental and health safety area. And of these, 22 of them achieved ISO certification to the ISO 4501 standard. So we took return on experience from that session and took a position to enhance the training, because the feedback we got was that, yes, there are still other areas where we need to support companies. So this year, we launched, we partnered with 2 service providers that were mentioned earlier, Task and Sunmaker, who have ably delivered this program, and we are very grateful to them. They ran an open and competitive call for applications. What does that mean? It means this was advertised all over Uganda. And through this process, they received various applications, and 100 companies were selected who have, over the last 6 months or so, undergone different sessions of this program. The first session, of course, is an internal audit where they are diagnosed in terms of where they stand in relation to what was required. The second then were physical trainings, where 2 individuals from each company were trained as lead auditors and lead implementers. And then the third was, which is the longer phase, a coaching and mentoring process to understand how what has been taught is being implemented, and an eventual audit also to assess how overall the implementation was done. And of course, these companies were expected to implement the practices and policies and processes for the 3 standards that fall under integrated management systems. These standards are quality management systems, environment management systems, and occupational health and safety. So it was quite a lot when you think about it. Last year, the 150 in that time underwent in the same duration training, assessment, auditing for just 1 standard. But this year, the 100 have done it for 3 standards. So I think that deserves a round of applause, given that they were able to successfully complete. I'm happy to say that of these companies, 80 of them were at a national level, but we were very proud to receive 20 companies from the Albertine region. This really links to our commitment to helping the host communities to provide what they can, but also enhance how they participate in the value chain. At the end of the process, the best 20 companies were selected, the best 20 from the final audits, and these were then sponsored to undergo further assessments and support and coaching with certifiers so that they could be candidates for the ISO certifications. We are very proud of them, and today we stand to celebrate them because each and every one of these 20 companies has successfully completed this process and successfully been certified to ISO Integrated Management System Standard, which includes the 3 that I earlier mentioned. Of these, again, we are further proud to note that 5 of these companies are from the Albertine region. So we can stand here and say that from Bulisa, Hoima, and the surrounding districts, including Noya, Masindi, Chikube, and Pakwach, we have at least 5 certified, ISO certified companies coming from there. In conclusion, I want to highlight something that I've learned today. When we started this journey, we focused on empowering companies to be able to streamline their operations and put in place practices across their operations that are beneficial to their businesses in terms of improving efficiency, but also that complement our own ambition to deliver a project within quality, time, schedule, and compliance aspects such as social, health and safety, and national content. So those for me were the direct benefits. But what I've learned today as well from the keynote speaker as well as all the other panelists is that in order for you to be a credible strategic partner, you need to have the same values, you need to have the same systems, processes, you need to have the same level of thinking as your partner, be it local or international. And what ISO does is it streamlines everything. If it's a company implementing ISO standards in Kenya, it will be the same as a company implementing them in Uganda. So by empowering local SMEs with these practices and knowledge and everything, we are actually also preparing you for partnerships. So my appeal to all those who have undergone these trainings is that for those who are not yet certified, please put everything in practice, but also embrace the certification journey. I'm well informed that some of you have already started on that after the training. The trainers are supporting you, and it's very encouraging. For those who have not undertaken the training, think about it. We as Total Energies, of course, through the Industry Enhancement Center, will continue to support you on this journey. So in principle, the continued proactiveness of Ugandan companies in being part of these trainings complements our ambition to train and support through the initiatives we put in place. And for me, that is the right recipe to a sustainable engagement of local companies or Ugandan companies in our project activities, but also beyond in other sectors in Uganda. So thank you so much. I hope I've done the good job of giving you the overview, and I will hand over to Shamim and Peter to present to you the companies that have succeeded so that we can celebrate them together. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosette. So once again, I want us to recognize the companies. I want us to recognize the companies that have participated in this training and the companies that will be awarded certificates today. So as we wrap up, I'm going to invite the Deputy General Manager to join us at the stage, and then we will receive representatives from these companies. Salute. I request that Mr. Jimmy Mugera joins the Deputy General Manager. Let's put our hands together a representative from Muka Investments Uganda Limited. And she's from Hoima. The company is from Hoima. Hands together. Our people from Hoima are winning. This is our host district. Thank you. Let's have the representative from Hedden Engineering Solutions Limited. Capital Logistics and Construction Limited. Makahum Associates Limited. This actually is a reminder for all of us to partake in this training. The next time we come for the Q3 Supplier Development Workshop, we should see people receiving certificates too. Huh? So Pekasa Enterprise Limited. Ribare Technical Limited, Linear Fiber Energies, the Uganda Petroleum Institute, Chigumba, you pick. Then Grey Point Holdings, Lanoa Agriculture and Technical Consults Limited. Alvin and Partners Limited. Alvin and Partners. Then Ace Investments Limited. Kafu Ventures Limited. A representative from Kafu Ventures Limited. JK Global Engineers. JK Global Engineers. Probity Engineering and Investment Limited. The West Uganda Limited. Then Winner Global Enterprises Limited. Scorgio Consults Limited. Animal Club Investments. So as we wrap up the handover, I would like to request every representative that has received a certificate to come closer because we will have a photo opportunity next. Do we have someone from MX Engineering and NDT? MX? We have someone from Grey Point Holdings. Grey Point Holdings. So I request everyone that has received a certificate to join us at the stage. Representatives from PAU, CNOC, joint ventures, please join us too. Our principals from Total Energies, join us for the photo. Well, smile for the camera. Thank you so much. Everybody else can come back to their seats. I request that the Deputy General Manager stays behind to hand a token of thanks to our last speakers. I will call upon Mr. Mbonye, Mr. Philbert, Ms. Christine, and Mr. Chris to join us on the stage for the token of appreciation. Thank you very much. So as we come to an end of this workshop, whoever has received a certificate, please find time to go to the reception desk. Meet Ms. Charlotte Ayebare for more certificates. So, as we wrap up, I want to thank you all for taking the time to join us for this workshop. And I want to thank the speakers for the insightful deliberations. And I hope that we meet again together here for the Q3 Tilenga Supplier Development Workshop. Thank you all to the Total Energies team that has put this together. I want to send a vote of thanks to Peter, the National Content Lead, herself Rosette, our principal, the Deputy General Manager, and the Corporate Affairs team. Thank you so much and have a lovely afternoon. Bill? Sorry, before you go, we have a meal reserved for you. Let's catch up together for lunch.
My name is Isabella Birunji Biarugaba, and I'm the co-founder for City Ambulance and City Medicals. The main activity we are doing for Total Energies is provision of medical support, ambulance services, occupational health assessment services for all contractors going to the camps or on any of their sites. We also do COVID testing. We have experienced a lot of growth, exposure and networking, the ability to meet different clients who are working in these fields, but also giving us the ability to diversify our scope in regard to the service that is offered and reinvent the kind of service that we offer. Working with Total Energies requires a company that has the high level of health and safety standard, which really was a good value add to us.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
In all its operations worldwide, Total Energies considers national content a key component for the success of its operations.
Over 94% of the overall workforce are Ugandans, and we continue to recruit and mobilize more and more. Around 8,000 Ugandan nationals will directly contribute to Tilenga project only. More than $700 million is expected to be really spent in Uganda for these local goods and services. Already more than 160 Ugandan companies directly involved in our project.
This strategy was developed in line with the national content regulations of Uganda.
As PAU, I would like to recognize Total Energies, E&P, for their efforts in employing, training and skilling Ugandans.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector. Some of these initiatives include training of heavy goods vehicle drivers.
Total Energies contracted Safeway Right Way to develop skills for the drivers from Albertine region. They accommodated free meals, free transport from here to Kampala. Everything's catered for by Total. We do train ladies as well, and as I talk right now, we have got another team of about 15 ladies in Kampala.
People are getting crashes on the way because they don't know what to do. I've got a lot of skills. I know how we should protect one another, the safety of the other road users, which wasn't the case before. And I never expected to really sit in such a truck and drive it. I'm happy and humbled to be part of this group.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We have currently secured contracts with Total Energies and Mark Demott in excess of $3.5 million. Total Energies has assisted us in our capacity building in the bidding process, understanding the national content requirement through various workshops that we have participated in, and also connecting us to potential contractors. So Total provided training, specifically VPSHR, for all our staff who are currently working in the project, and they have also built capacity of our in-house trainers.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
single tu hukum John. Ana be kero paro me ke do ki kelu rajo kara kume ki kelu bero. Achiel do ki poku asende do ki nge do ki poku ateno ngora de ki poku acham de. Asende chandia do ngi ko ngom. Ada kero orbati. Yuk nge sende chandia moko achamu. Sende moko ke atima ngona do ngi ra ko die. Angyo dia la be ko dia la rio re ka won dia la do ko nyai. Do ki keta do atima ngona. Angyo ko bo na ka bo na angyo ko ngo re ka won do ati ko dia la do malai. Ya ki poku are do machini de ti total afo okay.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources.
I'm called Kasbat Al-Naitwe. I got two benefits. One, training in mechanics. After finishing education immediately, I've got a compensation crops to establish my garage. We are repairing vehicles, motorcycles, generators, and we are also providing on-job trainings. My life now has changed. I'm not in that life where I used to stay in a small hut. It had no power. Now I'm staying in a house with a power. I never had a water tank. Now I have a water tank. I had a bathroom with papyrus. Now I have a very standard bathroom. So I want to thank Total E&P Uganda and the Ugandan government at large.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources.
Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
In 2012, we started working with the Total Energies until 2019, where we worked on the replacement houses, and we delivered 30 houses for the people who were being relocated from the industrial area. We are also working with the Total Energies on over 10 kilometers of roads that we are undertaking. There's a ripple effect. We are getting the services of labor within the communities, materials. Total Energies has been of great assistance to our development. We've expanded our plant and equipment, we've developed our human resources, and we've also improved our management skills.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
I'm Phineas Owor Mungo. The project impacted on the house I've been living in. I was awarded a primary residence. The house was valued with all other assets within there, the land and the other projects and the other items that I had put on that land. It was valued. I've constructed some few houses for rent. Then I also bought some few animals that I'm keeping now. For me as a person, I opted for driving. There was a driving school called Prestige. So the driving school was brought here by Total, and they trained us. We traveled to Kampala and processed our permit. We were also facilitated with the tools. So we have the tool kit. I can drive the minor repair. I can also conduct on vehicles.
Working together to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources.
Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
Yeah, we do manufacture and supply personal protective equipment. We supply beyond Total Energies. We supply their subcontractors. Yeah, we have seen our company transform from a trading company to a manufacturing entity. We are able to set up some of these facilities that we are enjoying right now. And these facilities also are supporting other sub-sectors. So they have no idea what oil and gas is, but the items they are using are a result of oil and gas. Overall, the industry, manufacturers, suppliers, traders will all enjoy.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We are contracted by Total Energies and its subcontractors to supply them skilled manpower, which they deploy at the respective projects. They are also going to work through us to begin to train many Ugandans around skills that are required to supply the oil industry. Because we're already working with Total in Uganda, we had so many suitors from Europe, Dubai, the USA of potential manpower companies that wanted to actually enter partnership with True North.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.